The council workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, May 24th. We're at City Hall in the council chambers. Our meetings are also streamed live and recorded for later viewing on our YouTube station, which can be linked to at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Got just a few agenda items, but I suspect we'll take the full hour and a half on these items. So council, I'll look to you for an approval of the agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor? The agenda is approved. We'll move right into our first item of business, which is a fairly lengthy legal and legislative update from our recently closed session. And appreciate our City Attorney Thad Sigmiller staying up to date on all the changes and helping us navigate how they affect Washington City and our roles and processes. So if you're pulling that up, Thad, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mayor, and my gratitude to our IT support, IS support. They knew that I wanted to check into this before I even tried. Just trying to load the presentation I've prepared for council. You've also got at your workstations there a written printout. My intent was not to read that tonight. My intent was, because some of these bills are fairly impactful on what we're doing as a city, that if you wanted to be able to go recite them and read more about them, the purpose of this paper was just to give you the citation and the opportunity to go look a little further. Some of you probably heard that this year's legislative session was a record session. There were 567 House bills brought to the floor and 300 Senate bills brought to the floor. The sheer count of those alone was a record. And so my intent is not to cover every single bill. My intent is I went through and I'm going to analyze with you tonight the ones that are the most impactful on Washington City or on cities like Washington City. And then I've got a few court cases at the end as well that just had issues that are very similar to things that we deal with. And so if there's anything else you'd like me to look into or dig further on that's not in tonight's presentation, the legal research side of my job is one that I enjoy, and I'd be happy to do that for you. The first law change that I want to talk about is House Bill 206. This is one that the city manager and I have chuckled a little bit because it's substantial enough that we would have thought that we would have heard about it from some of our advocacy groups and things like that, but it was one that did not get talked about a lot. It wasn't a new law. It was an amendment to existing airport land use laws, but it made some changes that are significant for our city. That blue does not come through real great. On the left side, that word that's not shown up clear on the monitor is airport influence area. So there's a new definition added to our airport law called the airport influence area. And then it requires on the right side, those four items are new requirements that a city has to do to protect an airport influence area.
Thad, as you're going through that, and you may not know, and it may not matter, but do you know who brought this bill forward?
Absolutely, yeah, we can know that.
It's not critical, but I'm just curious to know who sponsored the bill and maybe a co-sponsor and how it went through both houses.
House Bill 206 was sponsored by Todd Wheeler in the Senate, and the chief sponsor was Melissa Ballard. And then if we go on the website, we can find all the other legislators that have sponsored or supported it. I'm aware of two cities that have issues with airports on their borders that this really was important to. One of them is our neighbor city. But we're not the only city that has a border airport issue. The concept here was to add a new definition for the airport influence area and then require that the cities, as part of the land use process, protect the airport's airspace. And so you'll see there it requires, number one, that we adopt an overlay zone for our airport influence area. That's one of our options to accomplish compliance with this law by May of 2024. Number 2 is notify the builders and developers, anybody that applies to us, of this area. We already do that with a plat note, but we haven't done it as broadly as they've asked us to do so now. Number 3 is require that every development within that area comply with federal law about airports. We haven't taken the position in our land use processes that developers must require with every federal law about airports. Our legal position is they're obligated to do that anyway. We're not telling them they don't have to comply with federal law. We just haven't been checking on federal law about airports in their land use applications. That's not part of our administrative review as on federal law. Number 4 is require.
Sorry,
go ahead.
before you move on. Are you saying that if you have a piece of property adjacent to the airport, now you're holden to federal law requirements?
Absolutely, yeah. Federal law, and that was before this state law. The federal law has already told those folks that they're subject to compliance with their federal law about airports, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Our city has never built that into our land use process. Our legislature is telling us that we need to. So you'll see there, number 3, required that they conform to federal law. Number 4 says that we may require the builder developer applicant as a condition to getting approvals to grant or sell an avigation easement. Avigation, I don't think the G should be in there. It should be an aviation easement, but aviation is what describes that easement. It's a right to, it's an easement above the surface, right? An easement to the airspace. And then it says if the city doesn't do number 1, and by the way, number 1 has to include 2, 3, and 4, then our process must accomplish 2, 3, and 4 by May 2024. And so, you know, there's kind of this either or concept in there, but we've got to do those. We've got to do 2, 3, and 4, either by adopting an overlay zone that includes 2, 3, and 4. Again, number 1 is the overlay zone, or just building 2, 3, and 4 into our process. The city manager and I have talked about, you know, what might be the best way for us to do this. We're certainly open to the mayor and council's input as to how you want to do that. Because our airport influence area is not enormous, right now we tend to prefer not adopting an overlay zone for it and simply building an administrative process that accomplishes 2, 3, and 4 for the limited parcels that are there. That's a really lightweight recommendation at this point, and we could easily change our viewpoint on council feedback. I wanted you to see what that airport influence area looks like. So I had our staff, our GIS staff, prepare some maps and lines. And again, they're not showing up as clearly on the monitors as they are on my screen. So you'll see that fuzzy image of the St. George Municipal Airport there in the middle. Hopefully you recognize that. The jagged boundary around it is the airport boundary. This new law states that the airport influence area is anything within a 5,000-foot radius of the runway. And one of our challenges of interpretation is, how do you define runway? If the runway includes the taxiway, the line's drawn in a different place. If the runway includes their outer boundary, the line's drawn in a different place. So the purple line, and again, we didn't carry it through to the St. George side, the purple line represents 5,000 feet from the runway. The green line represents 5,000 feet from the taxiway, and the blue line represents 5,000 feet from the boundary. Our other challenge with interpretation is this airport right now only has one runway, and most busy airports have more than one. And so the runway line may change at some point in the future. And so we've talked with our legislative contacts and our lobbyists and even you know our neighbors about that run their airport about our difficulty in trying to know exactly what to protect. But as of today, we're measuring from the runway, which is the purple line. The city's boundaries in there are not as clear, but you'll notice there's a few boundary lines that come from Washington into that purple area. Our proposal would be that we build into our administrative process for those parcels steps to accomplish 2, 3, and 4. In other words, we would notify them that they're building in an airport influence area. That's number 2. We would likely do that through a document that they have to sign that says we acknowledge that we're in an airport influence area. We would require that they comply with federal law. We would likely put that requirement back on them and say, have your council write us a letter that says you've complied with all federal law about airports. So that's likely what we'd require there, is we just require that they get an opinion letter that says they've done that. The reason why is we don't have any airport experts on staff. We don't have anybody that runs an airport or operates an airport. And so we would just ask them to provide us a legal opinion that says they are. The number 4, we would provide a step where they would have to give us something from St. George that says, and St. George, because they're the owner of the airport, that says either we don't want a navigation easement from them, so they don't need to fulfill this element, or they have allowed us to buy one from them, or they won't and shouldn't get approval. And so we would just, again, leave that step open until they give us proof from the airport owner that they've met it. So that's what our proposal would be for those areas.
That is the influence area. Is that primarily to save space for growth of the airport?
It's primarily to protect air travel in that area.
So how does the flight path that comes through Washington from the north, how does that affect us then as a city?
The flight path is much broader, much bigger than the influence area. The influence area is just 5,000 feet on all cardinal directions. They want to make sure that buildings and structures and uses that happen on the ground aren't extending up into the air above it.
Okay.
And so the flight path is a much larger area than this, but this is trying to say uses on the ground need to be restricted and informed and hemmed in anywhere within 5,000 feet of the runway.
Does our height requirement right now meet that expectation?
So there's not a defined height requirement within the influence area. They would want to be able to review the plans and, decide whether it is. There's also a legal argument that a land user could say that if they fly their equipment too close to their use, that they're impeding their airspace, that they're harming them or taking their right away up there. And that's why they want to require, that's why the legislature wants to require that these land users sell an easement to that airspace. Is that would remove that legal claim against the airport operator. The manager and I believe that most of our land use applicants will be happy to monetize that easement, that they all understand there's an airport and that flights will be coming and going. And so we're not sure that that'll be a sticking point. It will be something that those land users get some value for. I don't know what the appraisal values are and how much value that is, but it'll be something that they have to accomplish. They'll have to sell to St. George an easement for operation of flights over their parcel. Any other questions on this one? So if you're like me, you're a little surprised by it. You're wondering why we didn't hear about this. I think there's a couple of reasons. The first one is this is an issue that kind of pits cities against cities. It's not one that we all can either be for or against. And it pits land uses against land uses. And so I don't think it got a lot of airtime because it's just a hard issue. It's also just an amendment of an existing code. But this new definition and the 5,000 feet rule create lines. Our concern is those lines can change as runways are added, or, one of my comments to Sean Guzman was this law doesn't define runway. Like shouldn't it have defined runway if it's making us measure 5,000 feet from a runway? And so there might be some amendments to clear that up, but if the taxiway is a runway, our line's in a different spot, right? And so it's just got some other application issues that probably need some clarity with time.
Do you see that affecting the RS Southwest Logistics Center in any way, that area where their project is?
If they extend into that boundary,
But right now, I just kind of eyeballing it. I
small
don't think
corner
they
of them.
do. Maybe it's close onto the purple line. Do they extend a little bit into the area?
yeah, I didn't want to talk off mic because staff have a joke about people that talk off mic. Yes, they have a small portion of their project that's there inside that circle, but most of it is outside of it.
But would that prohibit them from building?
That would prohibit them from building until they've complied with 2, 3, and 4. 2, they will already
Just having
know.
the notice. And
Yeah,
et
2,
cetera.
they will know. 3, I'm sure they're a big enough organization that they'll happily
Notice,
provide.
conform, and easement.
Yeah, and 4, the use that they're proposing at this point is one that I think they'll be happy to monetize the airspace and sell an easement to the airport.
Okay.
And so no, we don't have concerns about that project or its use.
Great.
The northern one on Stookie Farms, I think is a little different, but even I'll point to the Stookie Farm section. The nice part with that one is they were entitled before this law went into effect. And so they've got a PCD plan that's got entitlements and uses there. We would still need to ask them to go to St. George and satisfy the avigation easement requirement. But I think that won't be too problematic there either. Any other questions on this House Bill 206? Okay, I'll move along to the next one. This is House Bill 280. This is an interesting one because it's kind of a subset of a bigger law that I'll talk about next. It changes the public notice requirements for public construction projects. We used to be required to post notice on site at least 5 days before, at 5 different locations before opening a bid. And that was usually things like at City Hall, at the post office, at Public Works, at the county recorder's office. This is interesting because the state is moving away from that kind of historic notice requirement. Now we'll be required to post notice on the state's notice website. That's it. That'll accomplish the 5 locations. I'm a little sentimental about this because the old 5 locations was kind of a sign of the government committed to letting the people know. But the legislature's found that more people will find out by posting on a website than by posting at the post office or the county recorder. I agree with the legislature. Other practices, the practice of law, the operation of courts have all accepted electronic notice and website-based notice. And so this is just one more step of kind of modernizing the way we interact with our public. But it'll change the way our projects are bid out and the way they're noticed. Any questions about that one? I mentioned it was a subset. The bigger public notice bill is Senate Bill 43. This one ended up being 380 pages long of law. And the Senate voted on it in 15 minutes. I'm just kidding. I didn't actually go see that, but sometimes we criticize that we don't take enough time to read it. It amended 168 different provisions of state code. And what the legislature did is they decided to go in and revamp the entire public notice regime that the state has always had. You guys as a municipal legislative body deal with the public notice provisions almost every single meeting. What they did is they created a classification system of public notices. If you're a Class A notice, then you have to do A, B, and C. If you're a Class B, you've got to do A, B, C, and D. Most of the notices will now be electronic on the same state website, and then also be required on the city's website. There's a few notices, things like annexations, that the legislature found are still very local and need to have a sign posted on them that kind of have the historic noticing requirements. But most all of the notices, budget hearings, fund transfers, zoning changes are all being moved to the new regime, which is mostly electronic notice on websites operated by the city and the state's public notice website. And so again, that's a substantial change for our city. Staff's aware of it. We're ready to comply. And mostly we support it because it does streamline how we operate as far as giving notice. I didn't want to talk about the 380 pages. I know sometimes this body, as well as other, we've heard some news about our neighbors and other cities and counties throughout the state. Sometimes the criticism is, you guys haven't tried to let the public know. And I just felt like a 380-page long bill, every page which was required to amend all the public notice laws, is a testament to our government from the state down, our commitment to letting the public know and writing laws that require that we let them know. And I know that the public don't always see that or agree with that, but the longest bill from this legislative session was literally about laws that require that we tell the public what we're doing. Any questions on that one?
Did you bring that so you can kind of go through each section of that for us?
Would you like me to just next work session?
You know he could nerd out on that, right? Don't encourage him.
I would nerd out about that. House Bill 406 is one that you've probably heard about, but most of us didn't hear about it till after the legislature was done. But this is the one that changes LUDMA, which is the Land Use Development Act that's been in place in the state of Utah for a long time. Some of the provisions there in those boxes in the middle that have changed on the left side for me, I guess your right side, the legislature's decided to limit how much of a road the city can require a developer install. And so there's a new definition of we cannot require a road to be installed at the developer's expense any wider than 32 feet. And so if it's a residential roadway, now we can require larger roadways for collectors and other ones. Usually we're building those ones anyway, but if it's a residential roadway, we can't require it be any wider than 32 feet. That's interesting because we have some cities in this state that have really, really wide residential roads because our founding really liked wide residential roads. And what you're seeing is, the policy of the state legislature for new roads is that we don't need them that wide anymore, and that the cities can't require developers build them any wider. The middle section regards development agreements. We've had a policy of trying to use.
Sorry, I just thought of something. If we're not required to build more than 32 feet, if our standard section is 35 feet of asphalt, we have to come up with the other 3 feet.
Correct, or change your standard.
In every subdivision?
Correct. We can require wider roads, we just can't require that they be paid by the developer.
Hold on, but if it's, I'm just trying to say, if it's their development, they're bringing in a residential neighborhood, our cross-section, what's our standard cross-section? 32.5 feet is the asphalt. We got to pay for that half a foot.
Correct.
In all their roads.
Correct. What we would likely do is we'd say build it to our standard, and then we'll give you a refund or a credit for everything that's above the state.
But we don't have money to do that.
Or we need to change our standards. I mean, this is where the development community gets into the legislature and starts whacking away at the size of the roads. That's what's literally happened here.
Yeah, this is an interesting state law because it's very local. It's an issue that the state doesn't build very many residential roads. The cities build a whole bunch of them, and almost all of them, right? And so this is Jeremy got it exactly right. This is a standard that comes directly from the development community as a mandate from the legislature to us. Any other question? Well, I'll move to the middle section there on development agreements. The legislative community doesn't, or the development committee, there's always been laws about development agreements and how we can use them.
Sorry, Thad, I have to stop you again.
Go ahead.
What if they're approved in a PCD?
A PCD is negotiated zoning.
So they agreed to it. Okay, thanks.
We would want, they can agree to it in a development agreement, but subject to these middle provisions, which are, we can't make the development agreement their only land use mechanism. And two, if we do use a development agreement, we now must advise them of all the rights they're waiving by using that development agreement. And counsel for the league and other just attorneys in the state are saying they believe we need them, in order to use a development agreement, we need the developer's attorney to send us a letter that says, our client wants to use a development agreement with your city, and we understand that by doing so, we are waiving all the rights that are available under state law, except for those that the development agreement agrees we have. So a lot of attorneys think this is going to squelch most development agreements. I tend to agree with them. The laws making a development agreement, what it's essentially doing is if your development agreement isn't perfectly bulletproof, that developer is going to be able to get out of it because of this state law. So the idea that it was a contract agreed at arm's length which is usually the standard for whether that's an enforceable contract. That's the standard. The legislature is now saying also includes a notice requirement. It's an analogy would be our law enforcement officers have to tell certain people their rights before they can interrogate them. And if those people invoke those rights, they have to stop interrogating them, right? This is almost saying cities have to do that with developers as it relates to development agreements. And so it gives them a really big window to contest development agreements. And the attorneys are saying if that window exists, we may not even be interested in these anymore because what's written on the face of the document is not as guaranteed anymore. On the other window there, they also, another very direct one, improvement bonds for landscaping. Again, the state does very few of these. The cities do almost all of them in our state. But they're saying that we cannot require an improvement bond on landscaping for privately owned yards. We can only do it on public property. A lot of cities like to know that landscaping is going to be finished. But the legislature has said we can't, and the mechanism we've done to make sure that landscaping get finished is we require improvement bonds. And if they don't finish the landscaping, the city can then call that bond and go make sure it gets completed. The legislature's removed that opportunity from us. And so the legal thought doesn't know exactly what to do now. What we really think is the legislature saying you guys can't require landscaping in the land use process. If it doesn't get built, the HOA can fine them or somebody else can, but the city doesn't get the right to require landscaping. And so 3 very intrusive changes to the state land use laws that again, we, with our oaths of office, we all agree to uphold and defend these. And so we're going to do our best to implement them in our processes. Another law change that most of you have heard about is that they've entirely rewritten the process for residential, which includes single family, 2-family, and townhomes. We aren't allowed to run those through the Planning Commission and City Council for vote anymore. We need to create a land use authority. And that land use authority is who will review and consider those applications.
And you'll probably get to this, Thad, but my understanding is that the land use authority on both single and 2-family residential could be the Planning Commission, could be staff, or a combination of.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, it would be the land use authority meeting, not as it would be the Planning Commission members meeting in their capacity as the land use authority.
Interesting.
But yeah, it could be the planning commissioners. It could not be any elected council members or mayor. And so
straight zoning 1 and 2.
Correct.
Okay.
None of you would. Our recommendation is that none of you would sit on that board. It also changes the way that we zone and administer those zone designations for those residential areas. It requires some administrative steps that we need to give them pre-application meetings, and then we need to review their applications within certain time periods. And we can only require that they be reviewed a certain number of times. And so it's a real intrusive measure to kind of speed up the residential construction within our state. Most of the public interest behind these changes, you're all very well aware of. The legislature was very worried about housing and what they call attainable housing. The development community has convinced them that one of the hurdles to attainable housing is city councils and planning commissions and the conditions and denials that they give. And so this was meant to be a solution to what the developers convinced the legislature was a problem, which is that our local processes are holding them back from building enough housing. The legislature also believed that we have a shortage of housing, that our state has not built enough housing to keep up with the demand.
So let me state this right. Their solution is to have a shortage. We have a shortage of housing because of the delay in the process, and we're going to make another process to go through.
That is what they did. Yeah.
That's the reality.
Yeah, they made a process that the
It doesn't matter if it's this body or another body. It's still a body that has to approve it.
Correct.
So it's just interesting to me.
Correct.
And I do this for a living, right? Like, I'm all about a faster process, but I don't think the solution is creating another board to review it. Even if it is our planning commission and we appoint all them to be both and do it together, I just think it's kind of, I am shocked at all these that we didn't hear about any of these till now. Like, I am shocked that what are our guys doing up there? You know?
Well, yep. And this council and this city manager have worked really hard the last 2 years to make our process more streamlined and more developer friendly. At the expense of public involvement, we've cut them down from 2 public hearings to 1, right? This council's done a lot to work on that very issue. The legislature did not pass a law that asked you to go work on that more. They passed a law that entirely overrode what you've been doing and wrote in there.
They pulled back some of our local elected authority, and it's concerning, I think.
Yep.
And the feedback that we get isn't from our city or even cities in our area, but you'll have one city that they would call a bad actor who are really trying to stop residential development. They're sitting on the applications, they get to the city council and they're real problems. So instead of, again, the one size fits none approach where they say, we're going to take care of this one bad actor by making everybody have a new process, I agree with you. This is going to slow us down, especially while we get used to the process, we get everyone understanding how it works. It actually makes it slower to begin with.
So all zoning still comes through us, right? It's just once it's zoned,
Basically single family residential.
I laugh at that situation because there's a city not adjacent to us, but a couple adjacents away, that's exactly what they're doing, is they sit and hold people up. But I don't think they care, and I don't think they're going to abide by this anyways. So all they did was hurt the people who are trying to do it right to try to affect one bad apple.
Yeah, and I think that the legislature removed some of the very essence of what city councils are, which is they're the representation of the people's preference for zoning in that city. And some of the word we're getting from, the legislative world that's already preparing for the next section is we might see laws that say cities' zone laws about single family can't prefer single family housing versus duplex versus apartment. If it's a residential zone, you've got to allow any residential use, whether it's 3-story apartments or a single standing house. And so this might just be the beginning of the legislature's efforts to pass laws that they think are going to fix our housing problem.
Thad, as you were talking, I remembered I attended a committee meeting on SB 174, and a lot of the same comments that are made here were made there. And what I kept thinking is, the body closest to the people rules the best. And where we're different than any other city in the state, because we're very unique here, it didn't seem like any of that really resonated with the legislators. It was sometimes hard to understand what their motivation was in passing this. Didn't see an upside.
Some of our local representatives did support these bills too.
Yeah,
and so there's a lot to talk about. Yeah. I think as long as the legislature believes that housing is a problem, they're going to keep wanting to pass laws. This is not a legal opinion, but my perception is when you're really popular, housing will always be a problem, no matter how many laws you write. And so I'm not sure this is going to solve our popularity problem. But we're committed to implementing it and complying with the laws that the legislature's given us.
Years ago, we heard loud and clear from the legislature that, if you don't make the hard decisions, we will for you. And I think we responded very well to that the last several years in making hard decisions and doing what it takes to address the needs that we have here.
Yeah, we've got some areas of our state that are rural and remote that don't have a housing shortage, and they don't need this process. They've got it now too. And so I'm not convinced the shortage is process driven. I'm convinced our shortage is popularity driven. And
Economy.
I don't have a lot of solutions for the popularity driven problems, but I'm not convinced it was the process that started our issues.
And our pushback, and I know the pushback from the League of Cities and Towns who opposed this bill, was we have thousands of approved residential lots that aren't being built. We have thousands and thousands. I can't remember the number, but just in Washington City, we have tons. So it's not a matter of not being able to permit housing in our city.
78,000 in the regional pipeline zone area.
78,000 in our, basically our county.
Entitled lots in
Ready
our
to
county.
go anytime you want to build them. But we hear the governor, we hear the lieutenant governor, people are in their ear, they're in the legislature saying the problem is cities are holding up and we can't build houses fast enough. So they listen to that.
We're entitling them every meeting still. I mean, this body knows that you're still getting entitlement applications. And so, yeah, I agree with Councilman Coates that it would have been nice to know this was coming and be involved in the process a little more than we were. Any other questions on this one, Council? Do you like those high-rise buildings, by the way?
Are they by the airport?
None of you razzed me on that. I put that in there to get you razzing, and you just all seem comfortable with it. This next slide is just further detail on the cycle that the legislature has dictated for us. And so we're just set out the provisions there. We've talked about it enough that I don't know that we need to get into those particulars, but there's specific timeframes and steps that we're now going to have to build into our process that are defined by this law.
And we can add more if we feel like we need to.
We can't do less. We can add more if we want. Yep. Now I'm going to take you to a couple of lawsuits. South Weber versus Cobblestone Resort. This is an interesting one where there was a short-term rental that was operating in a neighborhood, and the city decided that they wanted to bring a lawsuit to shut them down. And the reason I'm bringing it is because while this council has not asked my office to shut anybody down, we are an area that's popular and has short-term rentals, and so I wanted to talk to you about it. The city's attorneys did do what they were asked to do. They brought a lawsuit and they succeeded in getting an injunction against that short-term rental. And the question that got appealed was, is this short-term rental grandfathered in, or what the lawyers call a legal non-conforming use? And the decision was, even though the short-term rental had been operating before South Weber adopted their ordinance disallowing it, it had operated in an agricultural zone that had never allowed short-term rentals before. And so it could not be a legal non-conforming use. Therefore, it was not grandfathered in. Therefore, the city was justified in shutting it down. And so the interesting thing here is the Utah courts have said what the zoning was when it started is just as influential as when the law disallowing it was passed, right? And so in this case, really the persuasive fact was it's not an approved grandfathered use because when it started, short-term rentals weren't allowed in any agricultural zones in South Weber. Anyway, so just an interesting one there. Any questions on that? The next one is Fuja versus Woodland Hills. This is one where the city issued a building permit after going through whatever their process was. And one of the neighbors sent in a complaint letter. They didn't, start a lawsuit. They just sent in a complaint letter, and the city did not respond to it. So eventually the neighbor files a lawsuit and wants to appeal the decision allowing the permit. And one of the issues is the city's decision not to respond to our complaint. That also was a land use decision. That's what they argued. Therefore, they had a right to appeal. The court concluded that inaction by a government on an issue that's not a formal appeal is not a land use decision, and that the neighbors did not have a right to contest the issuance of that permit. And so, again, it's not that we're trying to find ways to block the public out, but if somebody does want to contest the issuance of a permit, they got to formally contest that They don't just get to file a letter, and then the state courts are not going to require that cities treat every single letter or every single email, as if it were a formal appeal. If you want to appeal a decision, you need to formally appeal it. A frustrated letter to the council is not going to be sufficient to have the color of an appeal. Utah Sage versus Pleasant Grove. My apologies for misspelling Pleasant Grove. That was not intended. It's not a very pleasant misspelling either. This is probably the most talked about case at the legal trainings this spring. Pleasant Grove took a really interesting step, and they passed what's called a transportation utility fee. And the concept of this was they went and hired consultants that studied all their roads and studied all the uses, and then they enacted a fee that was charged to every landowner, and the amount of fee they were charged was determined by the use that the city study determined they made of it. And the study mainly focused on the intensity, that's a quote from the study, the intensity of use. So as you can imagine, residential was low intensity. If it was single family, multifamily gets more intense. Commercial, and especially retail commercial, is the most intense category. And so the fee was much higher on commercial than it was on residential. A number of groups of plaintiffs, Utah Sage was just the first one listed, it was a business, and a number of other plaintiffs joined together to contest Pleasant Grove's inaction of the passing of the fee. There were two questions that they had. The first one was, does a city under state law have the authority to do this? And then the second one was, if they did have the authority, is this one as it was passed, is it a fee or a tax? And the reason why the plaintiffs asked that question is, if it was a tax, Pleasant Grove did not go through the truth in taxation process. So if it was a tax, if the court concluded it was a tax, they were going to have it overturned because it didn't follow the process that existed. The Utah court concluded that it was within the authority of Pleasant Grove to enact a fee, and they concluded that it was a fee because the net result was a specific charge related to a specific service, and the funds that it collected were limited only for that specific purpose. And so had the Pleasant Grove said, we can collect this and all the funds go into the general fund, the court likely would have concluded that was more of a tax, because taxes generally are what fill your general fund. But the court concluded this feels more like an impact fee because it's related to a study of the roads and the intensity of uses, and then the funds from this are only used to maintain and repair the roads. Cities are excited about this conclusion because roads is one fund that seems to always be underfunded in local government. And I know there's cities that likely want to pass their own transportation utility fees to help them fund their roads and maintenance and repair as well.
So is that a monthly fee that comes with your utility bill?
I believe it actually is on their property
Yes.
tax. Is it a utility bill or property
It's a
tax?
utility bill fee. It's like your stormwater fee or and there were a lot of cities just waiting to see how this came out before they decided what they wanted to do. I will give you an update. Now that it was deemed legal, the legislature is now interested in regulating it. So the interim, we've already received word that they're going to look at it and determine whether cities can do it and how the cities can do it. So they'll put some boundaries around it. But there were a lot of cities. Provo has one. There's probably 5 or 6. It was just Pleasant Grove got sued. And part of the concept is, if you have a lot of public entities like Provo does with BYU and other things that don't pay property tax, how can they take care of the roads if you don't pay taxes? And so this was their idea, as a transportation utility fee. I actually think it's a good thing if the legislature does look at it, give us some parameters, then it becomes something that we could look at as a way to maintain our streets if that was necessary.
I don't think Jeremy is proposing that you consider that tonight, but I think it's good for you to know that other cities in this state followed this case, and we believe there will be more transportation utility fees imposed by cities now that it passed the color of the legal process.
Is it
was it like a big fee, or is it like our stormwater fee that's like $6?
I
Like
think for residential, it was in the teens.
I don't think it was that much per month. It might have been per year. It was just a few dollars a month, but the higher intensive use,
it's an
if
interesting.
you were a
to think
grocery
about.
store or you were a college campus, a university campus, their fee was pretty substantial based on.
It definitely is something to think about, because you sit and think about it. It's like we all use these roads, and they only have a 20-year life cycle. I mean, I'm sitting here, my soapbox of Washington Fields Road, right? It's 20 years and it's worn out, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
And our biggest complaint is we would fix it if we had the millions and millions we need to fix it. So is that something we should look at? I'm not advocating adding more fees to our residents right now. I'm just saying it's something we should think about if we want really nice roads, right?
I think you absolutely should think about it, because the case passed. And
So-
maybe we prepare a presentation with more specifics at a later date. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Provo City is $350 a month for a single family, $3.50, and so it's one of those things that's interesting to look at because it's more fairly applied than a tax. If you put something on property tax, it's not very fairly applied, but this is a way to look at it based on the uses that you have. But again, I don't think we're there, but we probably want to be involved in helping to craft it so that when we do need it, it's available and it works.
And you're correct. Our road funds usually are just sufficient to build the roads we need to build, let alone, maintain all the ones that were built last year and last decade. And so, and had we been collecting a maintenance and repair fee for 10 years, we would have a pocket of money that we could look at for some of the roads that need to be maintained. Any other questions on Utah Sage? That's the end of my presentation. The picture's fuzzy, but that's mostly an homage to two of our local citizens that graduated today. I know that our high schools graduated, and I had one graduate, so they're on my mind. There are some attorney sneakers in that picture, and that's also a water issue that's been in our county that's kind of fun because of how wet it's been. The attorney was in the water taking the picture, by the way. I needed to test how deep it got.
At least you took your shoes off.
Yeah. Any other questions, Mayor, Council, on legal update?
That just excellent presentation. Council comments, question. I just some of us got a sneak peek of SB 174 at the mid-year session, and some of that, the conversation we've just kind of had individually between now and then is that this probably triggers something that the council's been talking about is a revisit of our general plan, and in particular, in my opinion, just those land use designation maps. I think the role in this process now from this body is that high level role of what, where are those 1 and 2 family residential zones, where will those be? And as we determine that, then we need to recognize that land use authority then will take and run with that. But to me, I think this triggers a review, and I think the start of that will be some of that conversation we'll have next Wednesday with the Planning Commission, and so we'll have some maps. But I just kind of want to get your feedback, but that was kind of the initial response that I had, as we ought to look at the maps to make sure that we're comfortable with those residential areas.
So Mayor, I just have one quick question for Thad before we move on.
Are we kind of on the same page on that with the maps?
Yeah, what I was going to say is it's important that the city council really nails down our zoning and general planning, because, as this moves forward, it's going to be out of our hands. So.
Yeah, the process is changing, and I would ask that you do that before we implement our new ordinance that complies with the new state law. So we're going to be making some changes simultaneously, but if you're going to change your maps, which I think staff supports that direction, because we've talked about it a lot already, I would like that done so that when we implement our new process, we're not looking at old maps. We just have the new and modernized criteria that'll, when our new body starts to consider residential applications, that's what they look at, that's what they have, that's what we're going on. And then Jeremy and I will start to build out a structure as we're going to roll out the new code. There's been some talks of a uniform ordinance, because the legislature's told us all how we have to do this, that we might try to have an ordinance that's pretty much similar between every city, other than just kind of the details that we add into it that are unique to us, unique to development within our city.
So we'll get to Councilman. I would just say, in all of your spare time, which I know for most of us is not much, maybe just look at those maps, those land use zoning maps, and just kind of come prepared for that conversation next week. And that's that vision that this body sets. Councilman Ivey.
So just one thing I wanted to mention and maybe get your input on, and just to remind the council, we spoke about this during the session. SB 75, it was the chief sponsor was Senator Sandel, but it's a bill that distributes the local sales and use tax revenue from sales made in sand and gravel. Now that seems pretty innocuous, but the concern was during this discussion that redistributing the money for that could lead to redistributing for other things. So I know that we had some good discussion about it, but that just kind of opened the door. So just to be aware of that, that might be something that we're going to have discussion and with our legislators and with us.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it changed. The state law had already existed about sand and gravel taxes and levies, and it's really the Draper law is what we call it. What they changed is the tax previously was applied based on the location of the pit. And after the change, they now apply it based on the location of the weigh station. And in some scenarios, that has changed which city gets those fees and funds. We have a really big pit on one of our borders, and if they started to weigh in our city, this would give us a new income source.
So as we're looking at those maps, consider weigh station locations on our borders.
And so they're connecting the fee to the location of where the weight is measured and recorded and charged, not necessarily where the product that adds to that weight is removed or filtered or screened, right? And so that one's not been very popular in most of the trainings I've been to. It frequently has comments of this was one that was really just influenced by an influential city over their neighbor that wasn't as influential. Washington City has not had any conversation about this, or even before this, about the weigh stations at the pit that's on our boundary. And so we had no role in it, had no interest, or took no position on it. We recognize that if things change down on our boundary, this could apply to us, though.
Yeah. Excellent work, as usual. Thank you, Thad.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into our next and final item. This is a discussion regarding EMS and fire funding, and City Manager Jeremy Redd is going to lead this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. As we transition, I want to thank Thad for the concise information that he gave us. That's not always been the case at Washington City, but our attorney does a great job of giving us the information that we need in a concise manner, and I appreciate him. I think the last comment on that is you're exactly right. You're hitting the nail on the head. Our legislature at least has recognized the land use authority of city councils in the zoning and general plan process. What they're, I think, kicking back on a little bit is letting us get really detailed after that point, right? So we want to be really good in our general planning and in our zoning, and they haven't hit that yet. But I read an article that this year in the legislature in Montana, they changed the law so that any commercial or industrial area can also be multifamily residential, and the councils, the land use authorities have no choice in that. So we want to be really careful. Let's do what we can do. But this narrative that somehow housing, we just need to build as much housing as fast as we can build it, get it out there. We've been pushing back a little because we want to see good housing. We want to see trails. We want to see amenities, and that could go away if we don't push hard for that. So I appreciate the work everybody's done. I think our lobbying efforts were as good as they've ever been this year, and we probably just need to continue to be better to catch a lot of these. But we want to talk a little bit about fire. I believe Chief Evans is on the phone. If he's on, he can say hi to us. I sent him off for training the same week that we wanted to talk about fire, which was advantageous to me because I get to pretend like I'm a fire expert, and he's not here to tell me I'm not. But I think I've learned a lot about it, and we can have some discussion. So the
I would
first,
support your fire expert. That's okay.
there you go. I'm a fire expert until I say something he doesn't like, and then he'll let us know what I said wrong.
Exactly.
I know that the maps are kind of small, so I printed them out and we can refer to them. The first one I want you to look at is this purple map. And I want to talk a little bit about where we're currently at, and it's not a bad thing. I think we're currently in a really good spot. This map is the ISO minimum standard, and the minimum standard for ISO, which is the insurance safety rating that we get rated on, is 5 road miles from a fire station. So you can see that using the 5 road mile map, and we don't have all of our roads on here. You see the road into Long Valley's not on there, but we would obviously be within 5 road miles. We have good coverage with our 3 existing fire stations. So that's a real positive. I also want to recognize our fire department. We've shifted away from volunteer fire department to a part-time and then more or less a full-time as we continue to move. And in the last 2.5 years ago, we had a crew most days, 1 crew at Station 61. And then we had our 64, but 62 was shut down a lot because we didn't have the volunteers anymore to fully staff it. And while we made that transition, the city council's been really supportive. Chief Evans has done a good job, but we've added additional firefighters every year. And with the 3 that we intend to add in July, if you approve the budget tonight, that will give us 3-handed 85 to 90% of the time in all 3 fire stations. So there's been a lot of work done, a lot of great firefighters hired that allow us to really, when you look at this purple map, it's not just fire stations on a map, they're actually firefighters ready to go to take care of our residents. So I think that's a really positive thing to talk about.
I don't see our newest fire station on there, this house right over here.
Yeah,
Let's put that one on there.
But you can see why we needed that, because if we have to drive all the way around to those exits to get through Main Street, all of a sudden we don't have 5-mile coverage anymore. So there's ISO. We're working with St. George to try to get them to do some automatic aid with us. We do mutual aid. When we went to that fire near Lynn's, it was in St. George. We came, Santa Clara came. When there are fires in Washington, they come and help us. But if we can get them to sign an automatic aid agreement, you can see how far into St. George's boundary our 5 miles covers, and in areas they cover in our boundaries, and it's a good way to extend our resources. So that's 5 road miles, which is one way to look at it. The other standard that we look at are the NFPA 1710 standards, which it's more of a time-based standard than a mileage-based standard. And what the NFPA 1710 looks for is 4 minutes to 90% of the response area. So the second map you have there outlines what coverage we have in that 4-minute drive time analysis. You can see Station 61, you can see Station 64. We didn't have great coverage in Coral Canyon until we added that station with Hurricane Valley, and then Station 62. But now you start to see some areas where we can't hit within 4 minutes drive time from our stations. One of the questions that came up a couple of weeks ago is the placement of 62. And I think this map really helps show why we like that placement, because it can go east on Washington Dam Road and pick up Long Valley. It doesn't show it because the road isn't in, but it can pick up a lot of Long Valley. But you can see if we go any further east, then we miss a big section of our city that's closer to Pineview Park and those areas on the west edge of our city. So it pretty well does a good job, Station 62, of being in that middle of our city. And so we really like the area in that. Now you can see the gaps that we have for the NFPA standard are in Sienna Hills, where you see a big open area. And then as we start to develop south, Stookie Farms and south, we have some open spots. So the 2 fire stations that we feel like eventually need to be added are in the Sienna Hills area, where we've already secured the property from Sitla, and in somewhere in the South Fields area. We're still looking at that. It could be Stookie Farm. It could be more the 3650 area as that develops. But those are areas where we could still get to everything down by the airport in a reasonable amount of time. Do you have any comments so far, Chief, on that?
No, very well said. Even the right standard, 1710. Good job.
Well, I take good notes. I have a good teacher. I have a good teacher. So I think one thing to recognize is Washington City is already doing EMS coverage. We are the first responder to at least 80% of the calls for EMS in Washington. And one of the reasons why, and this is important to recognize too, is that we don't have a contract with Gold Cross to provide EMS in our city. Gold Cross does that. They have the agreement with the state to provide transport, but they don't have any ambulances that are located in Washington City. So they base, the closest one they base out of is near Costco, and that's where they come from. They might be in our city for one reason or another, but 80% of the time it is our first responders, our fire department, who gets to our residents first, and we take care of them. And then if they need transport, we call Gold Cross, who comes in, transports them, and then they're the ones who create the billing and bill for that service.
So transport is handled by either Gold Cross or Hurricane Valley.
Or Hurricane Valley, you're right. So the certificated area is east and west of Washington Parkway. So everything east of Washington Parkway, Hurricane Valley would be the transport, Hurricane Valley Fire. Everything west, it's Gold Cross that picks that up. But Washington City would cover any of the calls within our area. So if we go to the third map, just so we're kind of finished with our maps, this isn't set in stone, but as we look at the areas that we have, this is the one with all the colors. You notice if we eventually add a fire station in Sienna Hills and we add one in the South Fields area, you can see that gets us to the 4-minute response time everywhere practically in our city. It even gets us into Warner Valley a little bit. It takes care of almost all the needs. It would get us to that 90% of our city within 4 minutes. So the real question, and what I'm really hoping to do tonight, is just lay out the case, lay out where we want to go, or really get feedback from the council on where do you want to go. This is one of those, when I say the council's job is to tell us what to do, and then we'll figure out the how. We need a little feedback on which direction you want to go, because you can see if we're really just looking at drive time for fires for ISO rating, we've got it covered. We're in that area where we're doing a pretty good job, and we're happy with that. But if depending on where we want to go as a city and what type of service we want to provide to our residents and what type of service they're willing to pay for, honestly, that informs our decision of where we want to go from that point forward. So
Jeremy, what are you asking for then from the council right now?
Nothing really right now. We're going to
Just
talk about some
information.
different options, and I'd like to have a discussion.
Can I ask a quick couple
Yeah,
questions?
please.
So impact fees pay for new fire stations, is that correct?
And some new equipment. They can pay
Okay.
for new engines if they're new and they're adding to your fleet.
Okay. Do we have some money in the bank for those items, or?
Very little for those, and I'll explain why. When we do our analysis for we have an impact fee called public safety impact fee. It's police and fire. We have to plan out 10 years, and then we include those new stations or new apparatus in that, and then that determines how much that impact fee will be. Right now, we don't have these new fire stations included in our impact fee analysis. So right now, the only building we have is the police station that we built, and we're able to use the impact fees that come in to pay the debt on the police station. But
If we decide that we want to go with the two proposed fire stations, then we'll have to relook at the impact fees and adjust those
yes,
accordingly.
we'll want to have a new study done, add those in, but that'll affect the impact fees that new residents pay when they build
Okay.
to cover those.
And then the money for the potential remodel of the one down on Washington Dam Road, that comes out of general fund? The
Yes.
whole thing? Okay.
Yeah, well, it's not impact fee eligible.
Right.
And all of the employee costs and the equipment costs that are less really than a fire engine aren't impact fee eligible either. Those have to just come out of our current
So
funding sources.
new fire stations and new equipment that's not replacing old equipment.
That's right. So what they do is they look at what is our current service level, and then if we add new residents, what's the increase in service level, and impact fees can only be used to pay for the increase.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
They can't be used for ongoing maintenance or any ongoing charges that way.
As you've talked to St. George, what kind of coverage would they be covering? Or have you come to any closer to have an agreement with them for coverage? And what areas would they cover in our city if they're?
Right now, they wouldn't cover any of our city. Right now, we have a mutual aid agreement, meaning that if we call them, they will come and help us, but it's not automatic. We have to call and ask for it, and then they will come. Often they'll come anyway, but we just don't have that agreement set up. But
And you're working towards an agreement, is that what you're saying?
we're working well. We've approached. We have an agreement with Hurricane Valley Fire and with Santa Clara Ivans Fire and Washington City for an automatic aid agreement. And St. George chose the last time not to enter into that agreement with the other cities, but we're approaching them again to see if they'll enter into the agreement. There's been some changes there. I think it's a really positive thing because it helps extend everybody's access to coverage. Yeah.
Jeremy, out of the two proposed new fire stations, which one would you and Chief Evans say it would be the most critical, number one?
Well, the reason they were proposed for a long time is because there wasn't a lot of development yet in those areas. I'd probably let Chief Evans weigh in on that, but as we go south and we add more, Stookie Farms hasn't built out as quick as we would think. We are going to add a lot of commercial area, industrial area to that South Fields area. What do you think, Chief Evans? What's your thought if you had to pick one over the other?
It is it's an interesting dynamic because there are two different reasons, but the one in the fields, I think, will be the one that we'll have to do first. Your Freeport Center that you approved is outside of the 5 road miles, and so their fire insurance, it would depend how far they get out, but some of them might not be insurable, but their rating would be really bad if it was. So there's many large companies that won't come if the ISO rating isn't low enough because of how much it costs. So we'd likely need to do that one first so that they wouldn't have an effect for businesses coming in. The flip side of that, though, is that Sienna Hills area, of course, it has experienced some significant growth, and it is taking us a little bit longer than we like to get there, and of course, the call volume in that area is higher and it's higher than what we'll expect it to be out in the fields for a while. So one needs it because of the call volume that's going up there and the response time. But the other one is really, I think, would be the one we'd have to do first because of the insurance problem.
So I appreciate that. I sounds like we need both, right? But in the near long term, I guess I would say. But I would agree that probably the Fields one makes the most sense just because of the distance. The other ones seem like you got more calls, but you also have 3 stations that can come to it that attack. But the other one, but I do appreciate that point. If you got more calls in the one area, maybe it makes more sense. But I would like to see the one in the south first, just because of what you said of the linear distance. Our city is very linear, north-south and long. So
it's north-south and it's east-west. So if we could have made it a perfect circle, we could have done a better job. But
next time.
the other thing that's kind of interesting to recognize as those call volumes go up is when a crew is out on a call, if they get a second call, they can't now respond within the 4 minutes. So it's really interesting way to look at it, and we'll be doing a lot more work on it. The other thing I really wanted to mention is a lot of these numbers and things are rough. They're not, don't take them to the bank, but we would have to do a lot more sophisticated analysis. They're good, and they're good rough numbers for making broad decisions, but we would do a lot more work before we brought you, before we make a lot of big decisions on it.
So the process is, if we decided to build 2 new stations or 1 new station or whatever, then the impact fees would be readjusted, and those impact fees, the revenue from those impact fees would pay the debt service would pay the bills on the loans.
They could
right?
potentially, yes.
Okay.
But the hard part, and we'll get to this when we get to the water impact fees and this public safety impact fee, if you're looking at $16 million to build 2 fire stations and you're going to do it in the next 10 years, that's going to be a hefty fee for everybody, every new resident that comes in. So that's one way to do it if you want to put it all on that. But we already have an entire Sienna Hills area that we'd be filling in that we've collected the fees for that already. And so it's a little bit tricky to match those up perfectly with.
Is there any left in the bank, or are we?
No, because those fire stations weren't included in our planning.
Okay.
And we couldn't use them for, I was just going to say, we probably couldn't use them for those because it wasn't a part of the plan.
That's true, but they're not zonal. They're not specifically
Okay.
zonal. And so
Yeah.
if somebody hasn't built yet, say in Green Spring, they're still going to have to pay for that new fire station, just because every new house that we add adds to the system, right? It adds to the need.
What kind of grants and stuff are out there to help with cities with this type? Just like an example is the CIB funding. I know some cities go and apply for that. I don't know if we would want to do that because they're pretty hard on southwestern counties compared to their eastern counties. But I'm just wondering if there's any kind of other items out there that we can get help from.
Well, I think we'll continue to look at all those options, but like you said, especially CIB, the last time I went to the meeting, they were a little less enthusiastic to help fund growing what are seen as prosperous cities, right? They want to help those that are really struggling, and we're seen as growing and prosperous. But there are some grants available. I wouldn't think that they would be a significant portion of what we're trying to pick up, but we would look at all those options.
So just to be clear, if we were to collect an impact fee, let's say in Sienna Hills, that money could be used for a new firehouse in Stookie Farm.
Yes, because they're not by zone. Every new person who builds a house increases the need for fire and EMS, and so, but as we add 2 new stations, I can't remember what our current fee is $1,000. Maybe our new fee is $5,000 because now we need to collect so much more to add those new fire stations. Because if you're not adding new stations, all you're adding is the extra impact. But as soon as you go to add new large stations like that, that number jumps way up.
But I think the problem we have is a lot of these stations are servicing areas we've already should have maybe collected for them, and we haven't. So is that the right thing? Because now what we're telling is the new residents coming into our city, hey, you got to pay for all this, even though some of our existing residents maybe should have helped pay for it too.
You're right, and that will be addressed in the capital facilities plan that we do for public safety. That, like I said, they'll look at whatever the current standard is, and they don't have to pay for that current standard. They just have to pay for everything that they increase above that. So there will be some discount for that the stuff that already currently exists.
What's the turnaround time for adjusting the impact fees? You know, if we were to make a decision that we want to move forward,
we would have to commission a new impact fee study. I'd bet we'd be at least 6 months out to get that study done and back to us to change the fee.
So we do an impact fee analysis and then update our capital facilities plan?
Yeah, we update the capital facilities plan.
In that order first, then
they
the
do the
impact fee
analysis based on what we're planning to build, and then they bring you what's the maximum that you could charge for that.
But real quick, just kind of for the benefit of everyone here, we own the lot in Sienna Hills.
We do.
It might take out a fun little bike track, but we
just the very bottom of it. You can still bike right into the building if you
Bottom
want to.
corner, Mayor.
But down in Stookie Farms in that PCD, do I understand correctly that part of that agreement is that they will donate acreage to the city?
A 2-acre piece.
A 2-acre piece, but we haven't identified that.
No.
I think it would be good for us to move sooner than later on identifying that
and moving forward with that parcel.
I know Chief Evans has had some conversations with the Stuckey Farms owners already, but we need to kick that into
dial it in.
overdrive to get that donated before something changes there.
Yes.
Let me run on some of the options, and like I said in the email, any of these options could be standalone options or they could be combined with other options, and probably will be. But let me run really quick since I know we only have about 15 minutes left. But one of the things that always comes up is, well, let's take care of police and fire first, and then we'll take care of everything else. Well, we're in an interesting situation in Washington City. Our sales tax is just over 10 million projected for this upcoming budget year. Our property tax about 4.5 million. So we're about $14.5 million in property and sales tax. Now we have other revenue in fees and in TRT tax, RAP tax, and things that we help fund other departments. But you can see in 2024, our police and fire budget alone are budgeted for $13 million. And so if you take those traditional funding sources for cities, which are sales and property tax, add those together, that leaves us about $1.5 million for every other general fund to kind of fight over the difference, which is things like parks, streets, cemetery, your attorney's office, finance. Who else is in this room? Community development. They're left with the rest.
Affairs.
So the chief and I might disagree over this too. I said a 10 to 12 year time horizon. He likes 8 as a number, but that's again for us to decide what do we want to do and how long do you want to take to get to some of these conclusions. But this is again based on the planned growth in Sienna Hills, exit 13, Washington Fields we're already seeing, and the airport. So this isn't pie in the sky. This is stuff now that is coming. It's happening. We need to get on top of the planning for it. We're looking about just under $30 million in additional funding that's going to be needed in that. And I base that on a 10-year time horizon, kind of in the middle of me and the chief. And so $3 million a year, again, rough numbers, but that gets an idea. We're going to need about $4.1 million in additional personnel in that 10-year timeline. Of course, there's ongoing after that to keep those personnel. The additional trucks and equipment, we're looking at about $4.6 million, plus whatever we have to replace in the next 10 years. So that's an additional cost. Remodeling Station 62, again, about a $5 million bill. And then building the 2 new stations. We're getting better numbers on these, but the brand new stations are looking about $8 million a piece to build a brand new modern fire station. Those would include small substations for the police department, but still within the public safety realm. And those, again, would be Sienna Hills and Stuckey Farms. So somehow, if we went all the way to 2 new fire stations, all the personnel to run those fire stations, and the apparatus and equipment needed to run the fire stations, we need around $3 million a year ongoing to continue to add those in the next 10 years. Any
What
questions
would the
on that?
projected amount from the impact fees be per year? I mean, do you have any idea? Just
That's
really
hard to
rough
project
idea.
until we did the study, we did
Okay.
the analysis, how much that would cover. Yeah, it's hard to say at this point. So one funding option that we've seen some cities look at is a property tax increase. We talked a little bit with Thad about that in his presentation. You have to go through a truth and taxation process. The increases we're seeing in property tax right now are really necessary to just continue to fund our departments. It's really tough to expect any growth in any services to come out of property tax. They're just not designed that way. So if we went solely on property tax revenue, we would have to, I was assuming a 20% property tax increase of just our city portion every other year for the next 10 years. And again, rough numbers, I was assuming, cities like to do these in off election years because nobody likes to put a property tax and go through truth taxation during an election year. But that would increase revenue about $4.7 million. So you'd start off slow. By the end, it would be about $4.7 million a year. So that gets you average in that $3 million range, starting off slow and working your way up.
So, Jeremy, I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I like that first bullet point where it says increase from growth only. And the challenge, the way I see it, is, historically, the traditional funding source for police and fire could have been all property taxes. But because of our effective property tax rate, as the values of these homes go up, the rate goes down. So that base level is staying. So we're collecting additional property tax, but it's only on new growth, which is new demand. So especially in this inflationary environment, and as we transition through volunteer to part-time to full-time, what we're seeing is, well, yes, we're getting a little bit of a property tax increase. The gap is just widening. And so it's just, it's one of the things that has just kind of stresses me out as I think about that long-term, is it's not sustainable. And I didn't mean to jump into your conversation, but this is something that I've just kind of tried to reconcile in my brain. And I keep getting frustrated that the property tax is set to where it stays level, but yet the cost, even if we had no growth, is increasing exponentially. And the little bit extra we collect on property tax is just associated with new growth, and which is also the cost is outpacing that revenue. So it's just the property tax method is that would be the only thing, and it is very unpopular.
Yeah, we saw this year 2 examples of how unpopular it is. Hurricane Valley Fire they went through truth and taxation, so did St. George City. They went through them at different times, 6 months apart, but same result. They both ended up not passing any increase. And one of the problems is, the mayor's right. We could look at just an inflationary number, but when you're trying to use this as a trigger to increase your revenue, those numbers just get so big that they just really become unpopular for people. If you're looking to double it in the next 10 years, you've got to pull that trigger every 2 years, and you've got to have a council that's willing to continue to push that along and educate residents that understand.
But it's an interesting conversation, because I spoke with the mayor of Hurricane, and they're in that Hurricane Valley Fire District, and we're having this conversation, and we're talking about property taxes, and our property tax, it might be the lowest in the county. If not, it's right there. But we have one, Brian saying nodding, maybe it is, but we have one line item for property tax for our residents, and that's it. But if you live in the Hurricane Valley Fire District, any of those communities out there, there's a separate line item that is really close to the same percentage as our complete property tax. Yeah. So you look at a community like Hurricane, and there's some pros and cons of the district, but they're not funding fire out of their general fund like we are. So my conversation is, if you weren't in the district, would you be able to fund, 3, 4, or 5 million, whatever it would be, for your fire service? It kind of puts it into perspective for me of the weight that we're carrying and the pressure that's on our staff for our general fund.
Because essentially what the mayor's saying is, if you live in Hurricane City, you're already paying a double property tax, because you're paying your city property tax, which is similar to our city, then you're paying an additional property tax to the Hurricane Valley Fire District. And they wanted to increase that additional tax, and it was very unpopular. St. George's was
essentially to where it would be 3 times what you would pay in property tax in Washington, because of the 2 times to the district.
The other thing that came up this year came up because of Representative Elison, House Bill 392, where before Washington County was not allowed it to implement this tax, and now we can. That's what's changed. It allows the county and individual municipalities within the county to implement up to a 1% sales tax, specifically for EMS fire. Has to be used for that, like our RAP tax has limitations. It would have to be voter approved. So this isn't something the council just does like property tax. The voters actually have to approve it. And in this scenario, we could look at a 0.25% sales tax, which would produce $2.5 million the first year. And if we started with that, we wouldn't be ramping up to it. That might be enough to get us where we need to go, especially if we implemented something along the lines of an increased impact fee as well. It spreads the cost to all the users of the system, which is what people like, as opposed to property tax. So anyone visiting, anyone spending time in our city for any reason, they're using that service. They get to help pay for that service. It feels a lot more fair to people. The 0.25%, just to put it into perspective, if you spend $100 on an item, it's a 25-cent additional tax on $100. So because we're spreading it out to so many more people that come to visit, it lessens the impact on each individual in our community. It does require a resolution from the city, the county, and then voter approval. which has already happened in Santa Clara, and some of the Hurricane Valley fire cities have passed a resolution. Now, you don't have to do this year. This isn't required, but at some point we have to do it, and it has to be, if you want to go this route, it has to be voter approved, has to go on a ballot of Washington City residents. So that's an interesting thing that came up this year. The third option is what we'd call the status quo option, which does include the impact fees. We would add services like we've done in the past, where we're looking at, as our sales tax increases, we add a few more firefighters, a few more trucks, we add engines, we add brush trucks as we can. This is a tough one if we ever want to get into the ambulance business, if we ever want to kind of step over that line, or if Gold Cross left us, we'd be looking for immediate funding sources to help us. But we would look at a new public safety master plan to add the 2 additional fire stations and increasing the public safety impact fees. So that might be something that we want to look at anyway, because otherwise your new residents are relying on old residents to help cover the increased services that are necessary.
Did I hear you correctly a few minutes ago? Did you say if our fire impact fee was like $1,000 right now, we'd have to raise it to like $4,000 or $5,000 to pay for some of these new things?
This is my guess. I mean, if you're going to add $16 to $20 million, if you had both fire stations and the engines to equip them, we'd look out that 10-year time horizon. Now, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but I'm guessing you'd have to triple or quadruple whatever our current fee is. So
HB 392 was something that was interesting. Actually, we followed that through the legislature as well. And I just say that I followed that, being police department fire liaison for the city council, it's been my pleasure to work with them. But I do want to say that, we love and appreciate our PD and fire, but we appreciate all of our city employees in every department. We know that everyone is very, very important in what they do. And probably for me, you never say never. My mom taught me that because I would say it all the time as a kid, but I would be hard pressed to ever personally raise property tax. Until it was an absolute, no question, life or death situation, I probably wouldn't be willing to do that. But where I like the idea that all users would use this next item that I'm going to mention, but I would consider putting it on the ballot and allowing our residents to vote on it rather than a city council vote. I would feel much better about putting it on the ballot this fall, letting our good citizens hear all the sides of it and why it's important, and allowing them to make the decision to decide the issue on the EMS sales tax. But that's where I'm at, council, mayor. Everything is expensive, and it's going to continue to be. I take a lot of pride in the way our city's ran. We're very efficient with the citizens' money, and that's just kind of share where I'm at on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, that's all the slides. I guess and Councilman Ivy alluded to it, the reason that this is coming up right now is if we want to get it on the ballot for this year, then it needs to be done in the next meeting. You would need to pass that resolution. The thing I like about it is it authorizes up to a 1%, but it allows us to go ahead and do the new public safety analysis and impact fee, and then determine what our gap is, and we can keep it as low as it's necessary to fund that gap. The other nice part about it is, and this is just sort of a byproduct, but where you see police and fire really taking the vast majority of the general fund taxes, if we can move a little bit of that and take care of the new increases with the sales tax piece and maybe some of the impact fee piece, it loosens up some of your other departments to be able to provide the services that our residents are looking for. I've said it many times, our residents, rightfully so, have really high standards. We have a pothole in this town, we hear about it. We have a spot of brown grass, we hear about it. And our residents want that. We've done such a good job as a city of setting that high expectation. But at some point, we also have to look at what makes sense to be able to fund it. And And so if I had a recommendation, again, this is really up to the council to say, do we go to the fourth and fifth fire station? Do we do it in 8 years, 10 years? And how do we fund it? It would be a combination of, let's redo our public safety master plan and look at that impact fee, but let's ask the residents if they're interested in that public safety or that EMS sales tax. And then we can take those two levers and set that number where it needs to be to cover the services for the residents. So now I'm listening to you.
Jordan, please. And I know you've been kind of behind the scenes working on this too, Jordan.
Yeah, I just remember being in the gallery when this legislation was passed. Just want to note that it did pass unanimously. Every Republican, every Democrat even voted for this option because they realized that it's up to the individual people to decide whether or not they want this option. So we could put it on the ballot and the residents of Washington could deny it or they could approve it. But I remember Representative Elison pointing out that, especially in Washington County, almost 60% of the calls that the Hurricane Valley District gets are to rescue tourists. Well, those tourists aren't paying for those services. Yeah. This would allow tourists, those visiting here, who use our parks, they use our streets, they use our infrastructure, they're not paying into that. This gives them an opportunity to help pay for the services that they take advantage of. And so it's a good option if we want to, as our city manager said, spread out those costs to everyone who's utilizing the system.
And Jordan, while you're there, as you've been in coordination with the county, what are they asking for, and what would your role be in that?
The only thing we need is the city council would need to pass a resolution asking the county to place this on the ballot. They administer our elections. They have to place this question on the ballot and then leave it up to the residents. And as Manager Red said, Santa Clara has already passed a resolution. The Hurricane Valley Fire District has passed a resolution, and individual cities within that district have also
you
passed.
have a draft of that?
I believe it's in the packet.
Yeah, the draft was included in the packet. There's no action item today. I wanted to give you time to consider it and think about it, but if that's a direction that you'd like to go, we could put it on the agenda for our meeting in 3 weeks, and that would be sufficient time to get it on the ballot.
So I'm kind of similar to Councilman Ivy. I have no desire to raise property taxes at all, but I think it would be a good thing to put it on the ballot and let the residents decide if that's something that's important to them. And I think it would be important to get the word out and maybe have some public meetings where you kind of explain, the same thing that you explained to us tonight, just so the residents can be educated about it before they vote. Maybe a combination of, if the residents were to approve something like that, a combination of that plus, raise some impact fees where needed in a reasonable way, might be a good thing.
That's one of the reasons that I like doing it now. We're doing it with the other cities. We can coordinate, the messaging can be coordinated. It's somewhat similar to when RAP tax came to the area. It's nice to have kind of everybody at least having the option, so you're not confused. Well, what are they doing in this city? What are they doing in this city? We can kind of have a standard message that we put out. We would absolutely work towards that, but we don't want to get ahead of you. So, yeah.
Any other thoughts on this, council? You okay with it being on the agenda next meeting? I don't know. Let's make thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Chief. Really clear, really appreciate the information. I'll just give just another thought as we're talking about funding is, I know in the conversations I've had with Hurricane Valley and others, that run an EMS, and of course we don't want to get out in front of our chief on this, but considering that Gold Cross's contract could change and we're reliant on them for half our city and Hurricane Valley for their half, I do think that where we do have trained firefighter, EMTs, paramedics that are already responding, it's a pretty good revenue source. So it would also, I think that, I'm just throwing a number out, but I want to say it was in the $300,000 to $400,000 a year range in revenue for being able to bill for that transport and some of those things on the calls that were already going on. So if we decide to go that route, I think, and then didn't they say also that EMS is now, along with fire and police, what do they call that?
It's an essential service.
Essential service.
You know,
Right.
it's a service that is an expectation that we provide for our residents. So
Great. All right, well, great discussion. Appreciate all the contributions for the workshop session. Council, I'm going to call for a motion to close the workshop, and then we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. for our regular meeting.
So made, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Ivy. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor? We're adjourned for about 24 minutes. We lost a council member for a minute. Okay. Well, we'll get started here. Welcome to the #1 city in America to start a small business. That's the second year in a row that we've won that award. Yeah. That's it's actually out of, I want to say, Rusty could tell me for sure, but I want to say 1,334 some odd cities across America. And so second year in a row, we were ranked by Wallet Hub as the #1 city. So we're pretty proud of that. And of course, that's Washington City. We're here in the council chambers at City Hall for our regular meeting. All of our meetings are streamed live on our YouTube station, which can be linked from washingtoncity.org/meetings. And they can also be watched after the fact if you'd like to. We're going to start our meeting this evening with a friend of ours. We have really enjoyed having the Interfaith Council start our meetings off with prayer, and we're going to invite a familiar face and friend, Jimmy Keston, with Solomon's Porch Foursquare Fellowship to come forward. Pastor?
Mayor and Council, what a privilege to be before you today. On behalf of the Interfaith Council, who loves coming and beginning your meetings in prayer, we thank you for that opportunity. And on behalf of all of the church family at Solomon's Porch, we bring you greetings and blessings. And let me just say that we are so excited about Washington City. Solomon's Porch is bringing the party to Washington City on Saturday, the 24th. Mayor, thank you so much for your help and all of your people in the Parks and Rec Department that made everything go so smoothly. I have never dealt with government employees and group and departments that handled things so efficiently as smoothly as it went in Washington City. So I've had many dealings with government offices and that, and it was just such a pleasure working with Washington City. And we'll be from 10 to 2. We'll be throwing a party right here at Veterans Park on the 24th. Food and music and games for the kids and all compliments of Solomon's Porch, our way of showing our love for Washington City. And let's begin in prayer tonight. Father, thank you so much for this extraordinary place that we get to live, and all those who serve this community, both in elected office and all of the employees, department heads, and staff for Washington City. We are so grateful for the good news that repeatedly comes out of this town, and what a highlight it is to see positive things happening in our community, and so often those are connected with Washington City. And so we thank you, Heavenly Father, for all of the blessings that you've been pouring out on Washington City. And we ask that you would bless this meeting and all those who come before this council. Give each member of the council and our mayor wisdom beyond their capabilities to bring the community forward. And we thank you for all those who will be appearing before this council today. May you bless the work of this group in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. I have to excuse myself because we have a Wednesday service and they kind of like it when the pastor shows up.
I hear you. It's always good to see our friend Jimmy. I thought it would be appropriate for us to, you're going to hear from our city planner a fair amount tonight, but what you may not know is that he's also prior law enforcement and teaches a criminology course at Utah Tech University. And so he's just doing a great job, and he's doing a little bit double duty tonight as our community development director is on vacation. So I've asked our city planner, Eldon Gibb, if he'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
May the audience please rise. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
All right, we'll go through just a few quick announcements. They won't be nearly as long as the last two meetings. In fact, last meeting we were able to swear in 4 new police officers, which was a
just really a highlight of our meeting. And in the meeting before that, we were able to administer the oath of office to 2 new firefighters and a fire captain. So we really love and appreciate our public safety and those that work for our community. But we don't have any of that business tonight, so I'm just going to read a few announcements and ask the council if there's any that I missed. Some of you may have been there on Monday night. May 22nd was the ribbon cutting and grand opening of Quentin's Corner, a food truck park. That's going to be a temporary use until we complete our plan for downtown. But in the meantime, we had a great turnout, probably 200 plus people there and about 5 food trucks. And so we're hoping to have food trucks there in the rotation and invite you to go down and support them, and just kind of a good way to get people to gather in our downtown as it kind of transforms over time. The city offices will be closed on Monday, May 29th in observance of Memorial Day. The city council going forward is going to do neighborhood open houses on the 5th Wednesday of the month. So on Wednesday, May 31st, we'll have our first one right here at Veterans Park from 6 to 7 p.m. That's a great opportunity for any who would like to have some direct and one-on-one feedback and conversation with the mayor and council and many of our staff to be there. And the Mayor's Cup is on June 5th. That'll be at the Green Spring Golf Course at 8 a.m. And I think that's all that I have, council, and then I'll circle back for an approval of this agenda. Are there any announcements that I missed? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mayor, I just had one question before we approve it. On the agreements on 8A, is that agreement in our packet, or is it available for us to review before we get to 8? Just try to
Thad, you're probably the better one to answer that question. The development agreement on 8A, I know you were working on it.
Yep, I'm still working on that. I can report on it when the item's called if the council wants to hear on that.
And I will make note that we do not need to go to closed session this evening. Is that okay? That said, call for motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
Make that motion, Mayor, to approve the agenda for the May 24th, 2023 City Council meeting.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor? Aye. The agenda is approved. We'll move on to item 3, which is declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Council, any abstentions or conflicts to declare this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, which is the consent agenda consisting of the approval of city council meetings on 5/10 of 23 and a final plat for Riverbend at Sunrise Valley Phase 3. Any additional clarification or discussion on those items? If not, I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivey.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved. Okay, we'll move on to item 5, which is a conditional use permit. This is a continuation of consideration to approve conditional use permit C-23-01 for a proposed car wash located at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard. The applicant is Lone Star Builders. City Planner Eldon Give will give the report. And then just for those in the audience this evening, the council saw this about 4 weeks ago and asked for some different options on the site plan to be brought forward, which the applicant was happy to do. Go ahead, Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On April 26th and again on May 24th, 2023, City Council tabled this item to allow the applicant to revise the site plan. The applicant has provided 2 additional site plans as discussed in the previous City Council meeting and is ready to move forward at this time. The applicant has also carried a transportation analysis using the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Handbook and using data collected from similar sites within Utah. City staff has reviewed the updated plans and the trip generation memo that was provided. The memo illustrates that any of the provided options would work. City staff has a preference towards option 2, and or option 3 due to the stacking capability in option 2 and reducing the possibility of providing traffic congestion onto Buena Vista in option 3. The developer would prefer option 1 as they feel it provides the best layout for the site, works well with the other surrounding sites, and provides the best experience for their customer. Staff would leave it to the city council to decide, as the trip generation report that they have submitted would support any of the 3 options. On the screen here, you can see the original site plan. We can scroll through to option 2. And then option 3. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, any questions for staff before I invite the applicant to come forward? And I will just make a note on this item. The public hearing for this conditional use permit occurred at the Planning Commission level, so that did occur, and the council had in-depth discussion on this on April 26th. Mr. Nelson, I see you here in the audience. You want to come forward and give us a report back on what you've done since we last saw you.
Hi, thanks for having me back.
And if you just state your full name for the record.
Yeah, Russell Nelson with Lone Star Builders.
Great.
Yeah, a couple things I just wanted to point out real quick. Thanks, Eldon. He summarized it really well. We were able to go back, work with our engineers, and work with the landowner to make sure that we could make these alternative site plans work. But a couple things I wanted to point out in the queuing memo. Last time one of the big concerns was that there was another car wash in the area that had some queuing concerns. I think it was brought up that there were maybe 40 cars seen at one time. So one thing that's important to note, and I actually didn't know this at the last meeting, but the traffic engineer that we used for this is very familiar with car washes, and he's actually familiar with several car washes in this area. And he pointed out in here that one of the other car washes he looked at takes about 59% longer service time, which is basically the amount of time it takes for a car to go through the car wash. And another car wash was about 93% longer. So Quick Quack really is quick. It's about 2 minutes to get a car through there, and several cars can be in there at the same time. So, with his queuing analysis, he actually visited some comparable sites, and we see that, or he found that, during our peak hours, we can expect about 43 cars, but our capacity is about 120 cars per hour. So really, during our peak hours, we're using about 36% of our capacity, which leaves a lot of room for, for error there, for, those days when you have those catastrophic storms that bring some, a lot of dirty cars. So the reason I bring all this up, as the business owner, and
we had one of those storms on Friday, right? Yeah, we had one of those early monsoonal rains.
Yeah. We get busy on those days. But with our short times, we can handle a lot of cars. And so the reason I bring that up is, as the business owner, and Evergreen, who is the landowner, has mentioned that we do strongly prefer option 1. So we would ask that you would reconsider that. Just as the owner, we would like to do that. But ultimately, we do want an approval tonight. This is our favorite concern to talk about. If there's stacking problems, that just means there's a lot of Washington residents that are going to love a new car wash. So, this is our favorite one. And if you really can't live with option 1, option 2 is our next preference that we would prefer. And then we can live with option 3 if it really comes down to that. So.
Thank you, Russ. That was a really concise report of what was a long discussion at our last meeting.
It was.
Council, what questions do you have?
I want to start off with thank you for taking the time to lay out these options. I think it's helped me I don't know about the other council, but it's helped me look at what options there are. And so I always appreciate when there's concern about something, that someone goes back and they say, okay, let's relook at this. Even though they might have a preferred option, they find options that work with them, but hopefully can work with the city as well. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I look at this, I spent some time hanging out in car washes. My truck gets dirty all the time, so I tried different ones to try this stuff. I counted the cars on option 1, and there was 21 plus extra into their own parking lot. And I was like, I don't think I saw 21 cars on any of them that I used. So for what it's worth, that's where I kind of landed with it. Is I looked at the stacking. I think this has more stacking than a lot, but again, I'm fine with any option. But that's how I looked at it, and I think I looked at it as there's plenty of options. There are plenty of stacking based on what I see.
So, Mr. Nelson, would you help us to understand why you prefer one option over the other? I mean, I'm sure those are some industry reasons that we might not understand, and help us to understand your experience with stacking and why, why it would help us to alleviate to come, to be able to ultimately decide on option 1, if that's what the one that you want.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, and honestly, that comes down to our owner and Quick Quack as well. And I don't know all the reasons, but in the 200 car washes that they own and operate, they do strongly prefer option 1. I think it's mostly because of the easy access from Buena Vista, rather than customers having to go all the way around on Primavera. There's also some preference to having the tunnel in the middle of the site. But I think overall, it's mostly the flow with the access there, Buena Vista, the easy access, the tunnel orientation, the exit of the tunnel towards, I-15 and Buena Vista, towards the main traffic corridors there. I think for those reasons, those are the main benefits. And I do want to point out, of all the car washes we do have, originally we didn't do a queuing analysis, I think mostly because this site probably has more stacking than probably at least 95% of our car washes. We thought it was overkill, but we had the space. This is a large site, so we just added lots of extra stacking. So in our minds, it was overkill. We just don't see an issue at all. But I did recognize your concerns last time, which, and we take that seriously. It's important to us to make sure we're addressing that.
Have you built in any contingencies in case the stacking does take the option 1 out into Buena Vista? I mean,
Yeah. I mean, if that really does become an issue, we can always route traffic. We have several employees on there at any given time, so we could route traffic around that internal driveway. We could also just open those gates. There's an extra, I want to say 7 stacking spaces between the gates and the entrance of the tunnel. So if it's a big concern on those days, those, once a year storms, or with this site, honestly, it might be once a decade storm. When you have a lot of cars coming, maybe we just open the gates and, they can check people in very quickly. In fact, we are installing soon license plate readers, so that a lot of customers that are a monthly subscriber can just roll on through.
And so with what you just said, we have 21, pardon me, showing. Another 8 or 9, you're looking at almost 30 cars when you consider what could be in the queue ready to start the car wash. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, exactly. And actually, we put 21 cars on here. I think our engineers didn't want to cover up those 3 arrows, but there's actually space for 3 more. So there's space for 24 cars from the gates back to that our own drive aisle there, and then maybe another 7 or so back to Buena Vista, and another 6 to 8 between the gates and the tunnel entrance. So there's really a lot.
So it's your opinion that consumers would prefer option 1 because of convenience?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll echo what Councilman Coates said. Thank you for hearing, because a lot of times we talk about these things and we want to see options, and what comes back isn't really a different option. So I appreciate you listening to that, even though it might be a little frustrating to come to these meetings and not get the approval the first time around. It is very much appreciated, because I think this council really wants what is best for our city. So I will just leave it at that.
So thank you so much for giving us these options. This helped me to understand it a little bit better. And, you know, as I looked at these other options, so I read the traffic study, and that was pretty eye-opening. It looks like you've got capacity for 120 cars an hour, but you're projecting 43. So
Yeah.
that's pretty good. And, you know, as I looked at these options, option 3 seems like it may be problematic for your neighbors next door. You know, just a lot of cars over there in that area. And option 2, you know, I wasn't really feeling that one either. So option 1 looks like the best one for me. So, but it kind of took these other site plans for me to kind of get there. So I really appreciate what you did. So I'm totally okay with option 1 at this point. So.
I'm also comfortable, so I can go ahead and make that motion if sounds like you're all ready.
All right, sounds like we have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson to approve a conditional use permit for a car wash location at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard with option 1. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Have a second by Councilman Coates. Let's go roll call on this. Martinson?
Nay.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson? That item is approved 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 6, which is several ordinances to work on tonight. And I'll just say to the group here this evening that public comment was received in person and electronically during the public hearings that occurred during prior planning commission meetings. And this is a council that does its homework not only with the packets that are prepared by staff, but often I'll see several of the council members here in attendance in person. And if they're not in attendance in person, I know that they always rewatch those planning commission meetings. So if you made comments during any of the planning commission meetings on which the item that you're here for, you can be assured that the council heard that and is taking that into consideration. I can also tell you that the electronic public comment that is submitted prior to the public hearing during the planning commission meetings is also sent to the council, so they have read and are aware of that. Now we'll go through, there's a number of items. You may not be here for any of the items, but we'll go through them in order. Item 6A is a consideration to approve an ordinance for easement vacation EV-23-01, vacating a private roadway and public utility easement along lots 2 and 3 of the Wolseley Blake subdivision located at 990 East George Washington Boulevard. Eldon Gibbs, City Planner, will you give the staff report to the council on that item?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting to vacate the private roadway and public utility easement along lots 2 and 3 of the amended Wolseley Blake subdivision. This easement is not needed as access to the area and associated public utility easements will be to the east and west of this location. Any associated utilities have been or will be relocated to satisfy city requirements. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on May 17th, 2023, and unanimously recommended approval onto the City Council to vacate this private roadway and public utility easement located on lots 2 and 3 of the amended Wolseley Blake subdivision. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for staff? I don't think it's necessary for the applicant if they're here to speak to this. Council, I'm happy to entertain a motion unless you'd like to discuss the vacation of this easement.
Mayor, I can make that motion to approve an ordinance for easement vacation EV-23-01, vacating a private roadway and public utility easement along lots 2 and 3 of Wolseley Lake subdivision located at 990 East George Washington Boulevard.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivy,
Second.
second by Councilman Martinson. We'll go roll call. Henderson,
Aye.
Coates,
Aye.
Ivy,
Aye.
Casperson,
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
That easement is vacated unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item 6B. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-27 to update the existing planned unit development residential PUDR located at approximately 1050 North Main Street. The applicant is MHD5 Washington LLC. And council, if this looks like deja vu, it is. I'll let the city planner explain that, and I'm sure if he doesn't cover it, Councilman Coates will. Go ahead, Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This project was previously heard by the Planning Commission on January 18th, 2023. Planning Commission recommended approval for this project, and then the City Council approved this on January 25th, 2023. City Council revised conditions number 10 and added conditions 11 and 12, which have been added to the conditions below. No changes have been made to the approved plan. It came to staff's attention that there was an error in the formality process of not having obtained all property owner signatures during the first approval. The applicant has since obtained property owner signatures, and staff has renoticed this project to rule out any of these concerns. With there being no significant changes to the project, staff recommends approval for this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions, comments?
Sorry, it's a little inside joke because I was the one that found the error. So, but Eldon, was there anything that changed on I didn't see any. I just wanted to confirm that nothing changed from the original approval.
Correct, no
It was
changes.
just a clarification, cleanup of paperwork. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve zone change request Z-22-27.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's go roll call. Coates,
Aye.
Ivy,
Aye.
Casperson,
Aye.
Martinson,
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
This item is approved again unanimously. Let's move on to item 6C, and just for the record, 6C and 6D are kind of running concurrently, but they are separate items. Item 6C is a continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-23-03 from open space to planned unit development residential, PUDR, located at approximately Vineyard Road and Grapevine Crossing. The applicant is Elevate Development. The staff report will be given by our city planner, Eldon Gibb, and he will report back to the modifications from the initial review to today.
Just one sec, Mayor. On April 12, 2023, City Council tabled this item to allow the applicant to make changes to the proposal. The applicant has made changes and is ready to move forward at this time. Changes to the revised plan include the following: a 10-foot meandering asphalt trail extending down Highland Parkway and tying into Grapevine Crossing. Separation of plan into 3 separate residential projects to include for sale patio homes, east apartments, and west apartments. Updated unit count for the 3 projects include, for the for sale patio homes, a density increase from 84 units to 96 units. And as a side note, parking is sufficient in this area. The west apartment unit count stayed the same at 180 units spread over 5 buildings. Parking is also sufficient in this area with 421 parking stalls. East apartment unit count was reduced by 36 units from 216 to 180 units. There are now 5 buildings, which include a reduction of 1 building. Parking is also sufficient for this area. Amenities provided for the east and west apartments have been updated to include 2 large open grass areas, more centralized, along with 2 clubhouses, one of which has a pool and lounge area, while the other has an adjacent playground area. There are also 4 pickleball courts and 4 barbecue areas as shown on the site plan. Amenities provided for the patio homes include a clubhouse with a pool, a playground area with open green space, and a pickleball court. The developer is also providing a trailhead parking lot area, which includes 41 parking spaces that will tie into the existing trail system that goes underneath I-15 and which connects to the trails located in the vicinity. This will be a great asset for the city and the residents of the city. And that concludes the updated plan. I'll locate the site plan here, pull that up, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, are there any questions that you have for Eldon before we give the applicant plenty of opportunity to come forward and speak to the changes and to answer additional questions?
Yeah, really quick, Mayor. I swear when I was reviewing this Friday or Saturday or Monday that there was a previous plan and current plan. I don't see that in the packet anymore. Can we show that? It was this right here. Thank you.
I'm happy to change to the proposed new. You let me know what you'd like to look at.
So this is the original site. Good point, Councilman.
That's what I remember seeing in there.
And I remembered seeing that too.
So
I saw that same thing, just so you know you're not.
Okay, I'm not
You're not going
seeing
crazy.
things. I mean, I'm getting older, so I'm.
So Eldon, why don't you point out for the council and those in attendance, just kind of the changes on the site plan between the original and the now proposed?
I'll try to zoom in here. You can see the meandering trail.
So this is the proposed, this is the new.
Correct, yes. 15-foot meandering trail coming down off the top of the hill, which will tie into Grapevine Crossing. I guess we could just start at the patio homes here. They've added increased numbers here.
Did they add 36? Is that
correct? Which now extend across Vineyard Road, and they removed one of the apartment, kind of the teal colored green. Removed one of those apartment buildings. We find the amenity plan. Here's the revised landscape, which shows the open landscape areas, a little more centralized in the complex.
So each one of the complexes has a little play area, Eldon. You want to point those out?
Yeah, this open green space area. I'm planning on turf, live turf here. And then just to the south as well, this open green space area next to the amenity. This east side will host a pool house by this amenity, and then across the wash we'll have a playground area for the children's next to a pickleball court.
Eldon, help me remember, was there discussion about a bike BMX track or something on this development?
There was. It's I'm not sure if they're planning on a BMX.
I just don't see that listed any longer, so maybe the applicant can speak to that.
Eldon, could you maybe help us remember kind of the history of this project? It seems like when it first came to the Planning Commission, it maybe had like 600 apartments. Am I thinking of something else, or can anybody help us with that and kind of give us the history maybe of it a little bit?
I think Eldon's looking for the exact number because we know you're right, Councilman. We remember this one.
I think the applicant answered that question, but I think you're low. I thought it was 800 apartments to start with.
And now we're down to 360.
Councilman, would you like me to invite the applicant up to, are you ready for that, Councilor? Additional questions for staff? Sounds like some of these might be, you want to have a chance on that one, Eldon?
If I could just clarify, I do want to highlight the project is broken into kind of 3 separate projects. We've got 2 apartment complex at 180 units, and then for sale patio homes. They've increased the for sale aspect, which is also a plus.
And just for everyone's benefit, will you also go across that phasing plan and then maybe also just contrast the proposed plan with the most recent plan that we saw about a month ago? It seems like they had a phasing plan in there. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't have access to that phasing plan.
That's okay.
I would defer to the
Maybe
applicant
just
on
if
that.
you, for my benefit too, would you mind just going back to that original proposed plan? I'm just trying to visualize what changed. We're going a lot easier on you than we would Drew. You know that. We wouldn't even talk nicely half the time. Yes, we would.
I'm sure Drew would have a lot more answers than I can provide too. This is the original site plan.
Rusty's saying scroll down 2 PDFs and you can see the phasing. Maybe you have a different. No, that's okay. And we can see the west apartments, the east apartments, and the patio homes, and we can see the teal apartment building that was removed and the patio homes that were replaced, and we can recognize it looks like a better site plan, better configuration with the amenities.
So Eldon, I've got 192 2-bedroom, 156 1-bedroom, 48 3-bedroom for a total of 396. Is that correct numbers? That's the old one. Okay.
Applicant, I'm just invite you to come forward and fill these questions. I can tell if I were in your seat right now, I'd be like, let me just answer these questions. And then if you'll just state your names for the record.
Austin Pritchett.
And Tate Murphy.
So yeah, in our last meeting, you had suggested several things, and we've done all of them. One was increase the patio homes, which we did. We took out an apartment building and increased the patio homes by 12 units, not 36. So we're down quite a few units still from where we were. Projects 1 is teal, project 2 is blue, and they are totally separate projects. And in the development agreement, they have a separate timing of about 3 years before we could even start the second project. So it is not one 360 unit, it is 2 separate 180 unit projects.
And then they do have separate designs.
Get into that, Mike.
They do have separate designs, which I think Eldon had on one of those presentations, but they are 2 completely distinct designs between those 2 projects of apartments. And then to answer the idea about the trailhead, after speaking with the parks, they said because there's already a pump track going in at another park, they wanted what's called a bicycle garden, and it's kind of a tot lot for helping kids learn how to stop at intersections and whatnot. So we're in the process of, we have a couple of site plans drawn up that were shared with parks, and we're still going back and forth on exactly how that looks, but that's the idea of the trailhead, is more of a children little bike area for them.
And then can you go to the landscaping one, Eldon? So Councilmember Coates, your main point was we need grass areas for kids to play in if there's going to be kids in the area. So both distinct projects now have a very large grass area park. is greener when it's loading, but there you can see the two big green areas. And then Councilmember Martinson, you had mentioned that 4 buildings in a row on one road was not really a good look. And so now we have, as you turn into the project, the big open space, and then you have 2 buildings as opposed to 4 lining that road. So it's not quite as intense. And then the 3 buildings tucked back against the wash. And so we definitely tried to take everybody's advice and points into consideration. And then the development plan that Thad's going to cover on 8A talks about the road coming through with the beginning of the construction of the patio homes, talks about the waiting period between the 2 separate projects, and all of those things that basically everybody was concerned about. I think we've addressed everything you've asked us to. And the trail as well that we spent a lot of time on last time. We made it meandering, we made it asphalt. So yeah, we tried to do absolutely everything you said, and I hope that you like it.
So talk to us about phasing.
Yeah, so phasing, the first phase would be the patio homes, then the connector road that comes off of the roundabout, Grapevine Crossing North, I believe it's called.
And at what point would you build the road?
That'd be first phase. So that would actually alleviate the traffic from the entire Sienna Hills area, from everything coming off the plateau to some of the North Ivory Homes, Sienna Hills residents, and even deeper in Sienna Hills residents. Our traffic study shows that even with the added citizens in the area, it's actually going to reduce traffic through the rest of the project as we connect that road to the roundabout.
And while you're here talking, 2 more quick things, and then I'm sure the council has a lot of questions for you, but the Councilman Henderson was talking about the progression of what you started with in number of units you're asking and where we are today. So I'm going to address that. And then also, just for those in attendance who might not be familiar of where this project is and what the landscape is adjacent to the freeway and the elevations, if you could just talk to both of those, and then I'm sure the council has plenty of much more difficult questions for you. I'm just warming you up.
Yeah, so it sits quite a bit lower than the Ivory Homes neighborhood that's just to the east. And so those patio homes really provide a nice fading mechanism between those townhomes that Ivory will have, and then it goes downhill to ours. And then all the apartments are kind of in the gully near the wash. And so
yeah, so this sits adjacent to I-15, right at the cut of the mountain.
Yeah.
And so they sit right next to the freeway and substantially lower than the grade of the freeway and really of the adjacent communities.
Yeah, they're going to be fairly unnoticeable for the rest of the community as they're tucked back in that corner. The I-15, you can see there goes from right to left diagonally, and then the water tower and that big plateau. So it's definitely tucked down in there. It's not really encumbering anybody's view. It's going to be behind a bunch of commercial retail that we're going to be participating in. And in fact, we've got, after ICSC last week, we actually have the potential to get some really, really awesome tenants in there that we're excited about. So yeah, we plan on providing a lot of value for the area.
And, just with that road going in, first, obviously our traffic study shows that the vast majority of the traffic, right, we're creating the outlet, and everyone's going to take the path of least resistance. Well, most people take the path of least resistance, which is that new road.
Tate, for the record, talk just a little bit more about the road, the length of the road that you're building, and who's paying for it, et cetera.
Yeah, so we're going to build, we've talked with staff about building at the beginning, at least a temporary road. It might not have curb and gutters at the very beginning.
So 35 feet, something like that, middle section.
Yep, exactly. And then as the rest of that development goes in, then that road will be finished with curb and gutter from the development of that property. We have to front the money of that road to tie it from where it is existing to our project.
So what's that length? So you're talking about the existing asphalt on the Grapevine Crossing subdivision through the Sitla parcel to your privately purchased parcel.
Yeah, probably a few hundred yards.
We've measured it. I think it's 250 to 300 yards of road. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's about 250 to 300 yards of road.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll connect and drive all that traffic out that way and provide obviously a great connector for the whole community, and then a great connector for our project, and then we can get started on that retail. And if we get some of these tenants that we are hoping to get, it should hopefully come sooner than later. So
all right, quick, council.
So my question is in regards to phasing. That was a good segue into this. Just wondering, when you're talking about phasing, you talked about your residential component. I would like to explore and discuss the development of the residential and commercial concurrently.
Yeah.
As you know, we shared some concerns with that in the past, and I don't need to go through those again, but of course, we recognize also the value of quality commercial there as well.
Yeah. So we have.
Can I tell them what's in the development agreement now?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a little bit of, well,
Yeah, thanks,
just
Pat.
let them know what's there. So because we know that phasing is important to the council, and when we do development agreements, we try to talk about phasing. We've got a section in there for it. Right now, it's listed as estimated anticipated start times, and so when we're talking phasing, you try to decide what you track, and so we're tracking start times. And so this one would propose as estimated start time for the patio homes is August 31st of this year, which is not far away. So that would be, just around the corner. The east side apartments would be October 31st of this year. The retail / commercial would be October 31st of 2024. And then the west side would be January 1st of 2026.
And these dates are memorialized in the agreement?
They're in there as a red line that's not signed, so I wouldn't say they're memorialized, but those are what are currently written.
But they're identified then at this point.
Correct. And one of the reasons why we leave the development agreement until after for these type of details is council certainly is invited to participate on those numbers and those steps in a way that is comfortable for the council.
Well, I think just explaining where I'm from is that I think it's the council's intention to build the project holistically, not just do the residential and then perhaps maybe not that you would, but then sell off the residential and it lays dormant for a while. We want to see a community that can support itself with its own commercial as well. So I think that as long as concurrently is a pretty strong word, but with the idea that they're both being built together.
Yeah, I'd say one of the other things to note that's in the appendix of the operating agreement as well is, we can't force a tenant to come, obviously, but what we've said is we're going to build one step ahead in all of the commercial to get it stubbed and ready to go. So that even though that's not part of, it's not the section of road that the residential needs, we're going to tie it all the way through so that those tenants are ready to go, or, those tenants can see and drive and actually experience what it's going to feel like. Obviously the hard part about this site is the fact that it's tucked a little farther in, but we're going to do everything to get that pad ready and ready to go so that the tenants can go. And like Austin's saying, we had some really good conversations with some really large national tenants that are interested in this. So we're very hopeful.
So you're going to be pad ready, but basically it will be built to suit when somebody comes and signs on the dotted line.
And so one of the things we had mentioned, and you could put in the development agreement, is that waiting period for the second apartments was kind of the sooner of retail's up and ready or 2026, right? That's kind of a long waiting period. But if we could get tenants in there before then obviously we've kind of done our part on that, and maybe we could move faster on the rest of the stuff.
But the key is, just for all clarity, is that your intention is that you're going to make the commercial ready as soon as the tenant's ready to come in.
Oh, absolutely.
You'll be ready,
yes,
in the same time frame.
Yeah, we wanted to move. We are moving on it. We're already looking for tenants.
So the phasing plan that we've put into the development agreement in the appendix is obviously the patio homes connects Grapevine Crossing through, and then the apartments would stub the commercial road to the kind of the end of the apartments area, even though we haven't done anything on those apartments, so that commercial is accessible. And then when we build the other side of the wash, then that road will be all the way tied through, and all those commercial spaces will be 100% accessible, even though it's not a part of that project. So what we've tried to do is say, hey, we're willing to come forward and put in additional money into that commercial above and beyond what would be needed to make it all ready to go.
I just have one more question to kind of shift gears. So we talked a little bit about the bike park. I'm not familiar with what Parks told you. It was always my intention that there would be a bike park there. I hope that that's something that maybe we can readdress. I understand the tot area is important, but I see a lot of children there and a lot of great places to ride, and I think that was a great amenity. But I certainly don't want to tread on Parks.
Well, even to access the reserve through that culvert and a lot of trail.
Basically, Parks
access.
said for them it was more important to have parking spaces than to have as big of a park.
So was that the trade-off?
Yeah, so we expanded the parking lot to include more spaces in trade-off of.
So
I wasn't aware of that.
No, it's a focus is a trailhead. So all those parking stalls, it is the trailhead to under the I-15 there to all those trails. The top park's just in addition to.
And this is where the bike park was going to be, exactly.
Yeah. So it's mostly, rather than having a pump track, a quarter mile away from the other one, this is the trailhead to access all those trails. And in addition, we'll do
it'll be about 3 miles and it'll be wonderful.
And I could see this being kind of a locals known mountain bike trailhead, and their beautiful grapevine trailhead coming on board. But
I got a quick looking at the trail and the layout of all of that and the trailhead right there. According to them, it just looks like it's outside of. Am I reading that incorrectly? It looks like it's outside of the residential plan. It appears to be that it's part of the commercial project.
That's part of the development agreement. I should have noted that as part of one of the phases, and I think it's the second set of apartments. The trailhead has to go in conjunction with that phase, because that's also when that road gets paved and comes all the way through. And we had talked with Planning Commission about, if they wanted us in the meantime to grade that and put in a dirt road so that it's accessible. I mean, everyone kind of uses that right now, and so if we need to go in right off the get-go and run a bulldozer through there and cut it, we're more than happy to do that so that citizens can.
Hey, bulldozers have been running through there
legally.
Okay.
With your permission.
You know what I'm talking about.
We don't just have one that we play on, so.
I could just note for the record, condition 14 states, which was added by the Planning Commission, a graded roadway will be bladed in from Vineyard Road to the proposed site of the trailhead parking lot as part of this development.
So appreciate you taking a relook at this and looking at the grass spots. I think that's a more playable area. I still have some concerns that I don't know have been addressed, and maybe it's because they haven't been asked by anyone else. One is the wash mitigation.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have any answers to that.
Yeah, the wash mitigation will be part of the apartments phase, as it has to run around those. And so that's phase 2, correct, Tate?
And we've talked with Parks about, with planning, building about a potential phase plan within phase 2, so that as anything that's affected by the wash obviously doesn't get built, and that we can kind of phase into the full mitigation of the entire. Because we're obviously relocating the wash back to the spot that it was supposed to be.
Yeah. So my concern is that needs to be handled up front, and then what's the plan to revegetate it or whatever to get it established again, and so it's not just tumbleweeds. Like, my concern is that to get it back into how it was in your last packet, you had graded contours. This one you didn't, and so I don't know what your plan is to grade the wash and how you're grading it. But if we are disturbing it, then it just causes me concern of how the wash will naturally work and function. Have you had a hydrology study on it? I'm sure you haven't, because we're just getting started in the process. But those are some of the conditions I would like to see, is that we're going to have to look at the erosion protection along it and the floodplain. You're gonna have to relook at do a LOMAR and CLOMAR for the process, which take time as well, which need to be in the development agreement, that those are approved as well prior to commencing.
So there are some nuances with that this needs to be fixed ASAP, because the stuff down the way is tremendously affected by the rerouted wash. And so
that's why I wanted to be clear, because you just said that you'll do it in phase 2. So that's why I think I'm stating it needs to be done in phase 1. So if you're saying
but the
that,
LOMAR and CLOMAR processes, I think we have a different avenue to get it done, right?
And maybe if staff, we've had conversations with staff about how that process is going to go.
It just takes time.
Yeah, it does take time. Absolutely.
So I'm just warning you that it takes time to get through the federal government to do anything. So,
we haven't forgotten. So,
But that's something we need to address as part of the development agreement of when that is supposed to be completed before, I mean, it might need to be before the apartments start.
Yeah, and phase one is the patio homes, and then phase two, where we're into the wash, is the apartments. So,
but have you had any discussion on how we make it so it's not a thing of tumbleweeds in the future?
I mean, that's definitely something we'd love to talk about and have as a condition.
Okay. The other thing is, I mean, I appreciate the steps you've gone, but I just don't think this commercial is going to work. Who's going to drive clear back up in this corner? I kind of feel like the apartments need to be swapped with the commercial.
Say that again. The last one you feel like.
So I just think we've got a big box store. I mean, you got a gas station like in the farthest corner. No one's going to drive clear up here I mean, we're having a hard time getting commercial on exit 13 right off the interchange, and we're saying we're going to put commercial clear up in this back corner where there's no houses. I'm just thinking of you guys too, to sell it. How is it sellable? I'm just saying, I'm wondering if you want to flop the commercial and the darker blue and put the apartments closer to I-15 and the commercial back. It's just an idea.
And I like where you're going, Ty, with the apartments too, but the commercials really is the next item as well, as Councilman knows.
Yeah, so we are looking to team up with the other players in the area, make a cohesive plan. If we flopped it, there would be housing in between the rest of the commercial and ours. So we're going to be cohesive with the state trust lands and the Belliston stuff next door. So it's we're trying to make a fully cohesive plan.
One of the things, talking to tenants, they really do like that freeway frontage, even though it's tucked a little farther back. That additional driving doesn't necessarily outweigh the benefit of having that freeway frontage for that commercial, for the visibility purposes.
And I agree with you on that. I just think you're going to have freeway frontage wherever you're at on this piece, but you're going to have better access off Grapevine Crossing Road, north, right? Yeah. So I just got one more thing. So it's a question on Grapevine Crossing Road north. So you're purchasing up to your property line. And as soon as you hit your property line, you're full building that road, or are you building half that road? What?
On our property, we'll do the whole road.
But are you building a full width road, or are you just building your half of the road?
On our property?
Yes.
We'll be doing the full road, yeah.
The whole thing, both sides, north and south?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's usually not that way, so I'm curious.
I mean, we need to talk with Sitla, who has that about a pioneering agreement, but it's our intention to put it in.
Okay, I want to be clear so that everyone's clear. You're building curb and gutter on both sides of the road, asphalt, everything?
I think Austin was saying we're going to put in the full width of the road, but not curb and gutter, obviously, on that side, right, until they come in and put that in. I mean, we could potentially work out a pioneering agreement, but it's anticipated that they would put in their own curb and gutter.
Yeah, so that's something as a city need to watch, because I'm concerned that there's going to be a gap because there's not a developable piece to the south for Sitla. So what gives unless I'm wrong.
You're correct. We probably, and I know this is way off topic, but when they bring in their piece that they still have to the west, we need to remember to tie that curb gutter sidewalk in on the undevelopable piece.
Okay, as long as, and I don't think it should be your responsibility either. I'm just bringing it up to staff that, hey, we have a road that we're going to have this gap. And then what I don't want to happen is the city have to pay for it when it should come from one of the property owners around. And that comes to another, just why we're off topic, there's that other road to the other subdivision that has to be a part of that as well, that they built a secondary access. I'll get with you later about it, okay? So you're gonna build the full width of asphalt, but not the curb and gutter? Correct. For that segment, which is, how wide is that right away? Do we know? I just want to make sure you're clear of what I'm understanding. I don't want us to say, well, I didn't understand that. I want you to be clear.
We're going to try to work cohesively with Sitla to get it all done at once. If they don't come to the table, then yeah, we're not going to do their side of the curb and gutter. But we think we can get it done. And so that's what I was saying is that my intention is to do it all at once. But yeah, they definitely have to take care of that.
John, do you know how wide that road is? Is it a 60, 80, 85, major arterial? Okay.
What's the asphalt width, John? He's looking at me like I
Bronson.
I'm just. So are you?
we would connect it through. I mean, what's standard in development, right, is that we would do our portion and then Silla would do their portion. And that's, the intention is obviously that we would have curb and gutter on our side, that road would be the same width coming down, obviously, as what we're having to pioneer on their portion already. And so that would just connect through. It's obviously different than what Austin said, but it would be that we were putting in our portion of the road, right, so that it has the 3 lanes that we have anticipated, as well as the curb and gutter on our side.
Okay. 3 lanes road, that's what I heard. I got one more thing, sorry. It's just on the development agreement. I'm just uncomfortable moving forward without seeing the development agreement, me personally. I think it's a good process, we're working through it, but I'm not fully comfortable moving forward with everything until we see the development agreement and have a chance to establish it.
Just to make sure I understand, you're saying you don't want to take an action on this item unless you've seen the development agreement in conjunction, or are you saying that you don't want to approve the development agreement agenda item until you've seen it in final form?
I'm saying I don't want to approve this until we've had thoroughly vetted the development agreement. I think they should be.
Could it not be contingent upon the development agreement?
It can, but what's the point? I look at it differently because I see what you're coming from. Contingent upon that, but I would rather get the development agreement and literally approve them together. We've had this meeting. If we can come to an agreement, if this works for everyone, then I would rather see it. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, the plan is the plan. The nuances you're talking about could be in the development agreement.
And I think the benefit to proving it contingent on that is, obviously, we're talking about some things that you want to go into the development agreement that we should obviously work through and redline with our attorneys and whatnot, right? So that way we can approve it contingent on that and then work out those details and come back at a later date. That's what I've done historically, is approve it with kind of some conditions, and then we come back with those conditions as part of the development agreement.
Councilman Henderson.
Thank you. I'll tell you, I love the patio homes. That's my favorite part of this project. I really appreciate how you divided the project in half with the 2 different, looks. I think that helps a lot to have that kind of a look instead of, so many buildings that look exactly the same. I appreciate that that there's more play area for the kids. I really like that. And I think that if you get the right tenant in that commercial building, they'll not mind driving up the road to go there. So I feel much better about it. To me, this is a good example of how the process, going through the process, the outcome is, to me, more of, a good quality project that kind of fits our city. This is much better than, in my opinion, for our city than the original one that came in, I don't know, a year ago or whenever it was. So I'm good with this. So I appreciate you working with us and, helping us out and being a partner with us. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm good with it. Thank you.
We appreciate your guys' feedback as well. I think we have a better project definitely to show for it.
Councilman Martinson, Councilwoman Casperson, thoughts?
I still feel the same way that I, shared last week, or when we saw this project come before us. I feel like there should be more commercial. We have limited commercial in our city, and it seems like a lot of the areas where we had commercial we're having more apartment projects. And so I do like the patio homes. I would prefer to see more commercial in this area. And I feel like this area already has a lot of high density apartments. And so I have concerns with having yet another apartment in this area where it already has a lot.
So yeah, there's 44 acres of residential and 25 commercial, just to get the big numbers out there. But, looking at this, trying to approve these without the development agreement is really hard. Hope you understand that's a position that, as a council member, I need to make sure that it correlates back and forth, that when we say road widths, that it shows and it talks about it. So I'm kind of in the same area as Councilman Coates. It's just really hard to approve an ordinance for approval when we don't have a development agreement to check and balance against it. So I just want to be upfront with that. You know, that's kind of.
So you do have one. Unfortunately, it didn't make it in front of you guys. It was, I think, we were hoping that it would. So it is there and it is workable. And so we'd love to get this part done where we've done literally everything you've asked from the last meeting, and come down, 80% from our initial plan. And commercial, yes, we understand from the Belliston stuff through the state trust land stuff back. That is a lot of commercial.
Well, let me then try to move, because we want to cooperate. We recognize what you've done. We appreciate you listening. I would then defer to council and say, what is our statute responsibility here where we haven't had a chance to review the development agreement? Is that something that we should and ought to see before we approve the project's agenda item?
So a lot of times the development agreement exists. It's in red line format. It's not got final approval from legal yet. And so that's why it's not before you tonight. It's not my practice to bring you agreements that don't have final approval. One of the wrinkles today and with this project is that there's several other details that still have not been contained into this agreement yet. Those of which have been discussed tonight are the best examples. So sometimes we bring a PUD zone change like this and the details of the project are such that for the council, it's comfortable to say, we'll give you approval on this for zoning contingent on the parties executing an agreeable development agreement. I think it's very understandable in this scenario that there's enough details that the council may not be comfortable with that. And if that's the case, I think you can say, we'll make it contingent on your development agreement coming before us in another meeting. Because what I'm hearing is the council wants to see the agreement, and I think that's a very rational thing to be asking for. The other thing you could do is just table this until you've got that ready in front of you at the same time that you make a motion on the zoning application.
And I want to get some of Councilman Martinson's thoughts, but let me just jump in for a minute. It's not uncommon for an ordinance for a zone change request to be approved prior to a development agreement being approved. I personally don't mind that because I think what that allows the staff, our city attorney to do is to work with the developer, taking into account all of the feedback that's happened during this meeting. And then what it does, they're really not going to be able to move forward. If the council is looking to approve this, it allows them to move forward on a level of preparing for it, but it doesn't allow them to move forward until this body gives the final stamp of approval on that development agreement. I think it puts us in a good position, a good negotiating position, because the conversation has happened in the open. They recognize what our expectations are for that development agreement, but it allows the process to move forward without them being held up. So I'm not voting, but from my experience, I'm probably comfortable with a development agreement being a contingency, but you're the ones voting on this tonight. Councilman Martinson, your thoughts on the project?
Yeah, I'll again, same thing that we did with Quick Quack. Thank you for listening. Thank you for working with council. This is how we get better projects for Washington City and not have that urban blight that people talk about when a city is growing as quickly as we are. A thought on the blue area where it is west side, the third phase commercial or the third phase residential. Have you looked at potentially doing like a mixed use on one or two of those buildings and doing commercial office space or commercial something on the bottom? That would reduce a little bit even more on the apartments, but it would add some commercial on that side, give that access to those. Just
Yeah, we did evaluate that and we looked at it. The hard part is the foot traffic is what you really need for bottom floor commercial to thrive and not just be blight, right? And that's what it often turns into when it's just thrown in because of, you know, a lot of cities require it to be ground floor retail, but it doesn't have the foot traffic, which when, you know, we studied this and evaluated it, that was ultimately the problem was there's not a good place, you know, to necessarily park right on the street. There's not street parking. There's not the foot traffic that's needed. So this is more of a typical commercial development, right? Where you have to drive everyone to the commercial sector rather than that. But I mean, we did look at it because it's a great thought and we love when you can do that mixed use, but it just didn't make sense in this instance for us.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Further questions for the applicant or discussion amongst the council?
Mayor, I just want to make a comment regarding Councilwoman Casperton's comment about commercial. I tend to agree with that. I mean, we definitely, you know, the residential is important, but the commercial, I mean, I just didn't want that comment to not go, you know, noticed as well. Me kind of agreeing with that ideally, you know, what's ideal, right? It's land development, so we have to play by rules, but you know, I think our intent is that we've got a lot of great residents. We've got a lot of nice houses. We need to develop our commercial because that's what pays for our fire and police, like what we've talked about. That's where the money comes from. So just, you know, I'm not proposing anything. I just wanted to air my comments as well.
Can I just ask the applicant, because that is a great point, Councilman. The Belliston piece is about 40 acres on the Grapevine Crossing, and then there's the Sitla parcel in between.
Yes.
And then what's the acreage of the Sitla piece in between?
It's about 38.
So you're looking at 78 acres of commercial
Plus our 25.
How much?
Oh, we got 25 here.
Plus 25 there. So you're looking at over 100 acres of commercial. But the point is important that you know, we want all the commercial. This is just such a prime location. I mean, you don't find this kind of freeway frontage anywhere else in the state. And we had a great conversation about some of our funding needs, and a large part of that requires sales tax.
So I will say, and this is not guaranteed at this point, we're working through an LOI with one of the top big boxes in the nation right now. And we could honestly, there's a potential that we could lose them if we don't get approvals. Just being frank.
And we're going to go a little deeper dive in the next item on the commercial. So that's a nice teaser.
Yeah, and I think the other aspect of it, right, is, I mean, if the commercial doesn't see, part of the problem with the commercial is that they don't see a road in, right? They don't see the activity that's circulating through and coming down off the ridge. And so, I mean, that's the residential, I mean, to really justify pulling in all that infrastructure, rerouting the wash and making this a developable piece, I mean, you have to justify it through the residential, right? And so from a financial aspect, that's a huge part of it, right? Is that allows us to really create the activity that's needed for those commercial, you know, users to come. And we've had a lot of them walk the site, and it's a hard site to even get to, right? Back in there, and then they have to try to see the vision. As that all kind of starts circulating, then they're able to see that vision. And then not only does it help our piece, but all the pieces in front of us that have kind of installed, right? And hopefully that creates the activity to actually be the catalyst to get it all coming through, not just for us, but for those landowners in front of us as well.
Thad, I've seen you taking notes as the council's been talking, and I know the development agreements are complex and they take time, and I know we often give you more to do than we should expect any attorney to do. But I've seen you taking notes. Can you just, to move this conversation along, can you just bullet point some of the items that you've heard from the council that are important to them as part of that development agreement?
Yes, I've got notes both from council statements and the applicant. The applicant a few times has mentioned a phasing plan in the appendix, and the document we have does not have an appendix nor a phasing plan. So I've got to follow up with them on that. I've heard a statement from the applicant that the trailhead will be put in and developed in conjunction with the commercial phase. We need to make sure that's contained in there as we work on it. I've got comments.
Phase 2, I thought they said on that.
So phase 2 apartments, which is technically phase 3, not to get too confusing, right? But
you were on such a real tape, but
I mean, that kind of.
I'm sorry to be that guy.
Listen, none of the developer or legal stuff that complicates it. We want the trailhead sooner than later. Put that in the development agreement.
So we did say as part of the planning commission one that we would cut the road immediately, right? Cut a dirt road immediately, but as far as the actual laying the asphalt would be.
So yeah, it'll be there immediately. It just won't be paved and, you know, have bathrooms and stuff. So.
All right, continue there, Thad.
I'm taking notes on that too, because what's being said is different from what my prior note. I have that we need to add a section, and again, the current document doesn't have any detail on this regarding the Lomar, Clomar, and the wash development slash relocation slash mitigation. I have that the road will be an 85-foot classification road with 65 feet of asphalt. That will be built with the first phase. And the statements from the applicant that the intent is that'll be built in conjunction with the entire road of the other neighboring developers as well.
If that, I would like an exhibit with cross sections explaining so everyone's clear on what you're proposing. Because I don't want 5 years or whatever down the road and either our staff or you guys saying, well, I didn't agree to that, or I didn't agree to that. I just want to clear between both of us so we're clear of what everyone expects. Just so we're.
This is the road exhibit, correct?
This is the road exhibit of what's being improved on and off site for Grapevine Crossing North. I'm just talking Grapevine Crossing North. What is the plan with that? How much you're building, how much the future development, just so everyone's clear. Because right now I'm still not clear, I admit. So.
No, that's perfectly understandable.
And that's the end of my list, Mayor. Is there anything else, council members or staff, that I've missed?
I just think that Councilman Coates highlighted the real power of the development agreement and why we prefer that over approvals with the approval contingencies. We can really get in there, we can get the detail, and so I appreciate that. I like the mayor's comment, though. It lets us move forward and really focus on those details if we know that that's where you want them to head with the design. So that's all I have to say.
Last thoughts before
Before you make a motion, I just want to reiterate to Councilmember Casperson's point. If the traction we have, I can't stress this enough, from ICSC, which happened this Monday, Tuesday of this week, we really need to get the ball rolling, or we could lose some big tenants to neighboring cities, which, I mean, it's not a competition, but it kind of is, right? So
it's more than kind of.
Yeah.
We love them.
So just want to stress that again, that pushing it down the road could be not just costly for us. So we want to make sure that's all taken into consideration.
Well said. Tate, anything to add to that?
No, I mean, I think we've tried to do, and I think we have a better project because of it from the last meeting. I think everyone's input, we tried to take and go back to the drawing board a little bit and work it around. And we appreciate that. I think we have a project that everyone can, support a little bit more than the last time. So.
Thank you both. Thank you. Council, this is your time to do your job. Further discussion and or motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance for zone change Z-23-03 from open space to planned unit development residential located at approximately Vineyard Road and Grapevine Crossing.
And then, Councilman, appreciate that motion. Were there any conditions you'd like to put on that in regards to the development agreement?
Would that be contingent upon council approving a development agreement at a subsequent meeting?
Contingent upon council approving a development meeting and a development agreement in a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Jeremy always has the right verb. It must be a city manager thing.
He's good.
Because he's got Councilwoman Casperson sitting next to him.
That's just the closest I get to making a motion, so thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, we'll keep this thing in order. Council, there's a motion on the table.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Council.
Mayor, can I have a point of order, please?
Point of order, Councilman Ivy.
That I just want to make sure that, I mean, this is more of a legal question than what I'm qualified to answer. The motion is that we approve the agenda item with the future approval of the agreement.
Correct. And so
I'm asking for your opinion on whether or not what my statutory requirement is as a council member.
the statute doesn't require you to vote on this or vote one way or the other. You have discretion as an elected representative of the people on this item. If the motion was to approve the development agreement without it being recommended, I think you could have some concerns. As I understand the motion, it's to approve this zone change on condition that council at a later meeting has an agenda item that has a development agreement that gets reviewed and then gets approved on a subsequent motion. So the motion tonight basically sets them up for still a second meeting and another motion that their project needs to satisfy before it's got full approval.
Satisfy the details of the development agreement.
Correct, and it's my legal opinion that that's lawful to do it this way.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have a motion by Councilman Henderson, a second by Councilman Martinson. Go roll call vote. Coates?
Nay, only because I think the development agreement should go forward with it.
Ivy?
It's a hard one. Listening to council and understanding the applicant's desire to get it passed, and I'm going to say aye.
Casperson?
Nay.
Martinson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
That is approved 3-2. We'll move on to the next item, which is item 6D. This is continuation of consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-23-02 from open space to planned unit development commercial, PUDC, located at approximately Vineyard Road and Grapevine Crossing. We're already somewhat familiar with this from the previous item, but we'll turn it to Eldon Gibbs, City Planner, to give the council the staff report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On April 12th, 2023, City Council tabled this item to accommodate any changes that may need to be made due to changes being made to the residential site, which you just observed. The commercial acreage layout has stayed the same, and the applicant is ready to move forward at this time. With there being no significant changes or any changes to the commercial site, I'm happy to answer any clarification questions you may have.
Council, questions for Eldon? Do you find it necessary to speak to the applicant on the commercial section? Covered it last time. I'm happy to entertain further discussion and or motion.
Mayor, just as a point of note and order, because of the motion that passed on the prior item that had a contingency for the development agreement, that same development agreement would apply to this phase.
Great.
So the motion should probably reflect the prior motion if there is one.
Councilman Martinson, you want to take a stab at this one?
Sure, I'll try it. Make a motion that we approve ordinance for zone change Z-23-02 from open space to planned unit development commercial located at approximately Vineyard Road and Grapevine Crossings, but to also include the previous motion to include that it's contingent upon the development agreement being approved in a subsequent meeting for City Council.
Well said, Councilman. Have a motion by Councilman Martinson. Do I have a second?
Mayor, I'll second that motion.
Second by Councilman Ivy. We'll go roll call. Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. I just, before, and you're welcome to stay, but you're probably a little exhausted and ready to be done with this meeting. But I just, for those in attendance tonight, this is a council that works really well together. It is not very common that we have a split vote. And I think what you noticed in this conversation tonight is you had 5 council members who are very familiar with this project from day one
all the way through to this point with strong and correct opinions, although varying. But to me, I'm just really proud of this council, the way they move forward, trying to do the people's business and get the best project we can. Now, we're really counting on you to do something that we're proud of there and to work really well with staff, as you have recently, to get us some really quality patio homes, that those housing niches that we're missing are affordable and ready, and that you get us some really good commercial. Go get that box that we need, and let's make this exit 13 something special. Thank you, guys. You're welcome to stay or leave, but the rest are here for, I think, the next item. Although I'm sure it probably made you a little nervous. All right, we're gonna carry on here. We're gonna move on to item 6E. This is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-23-06 from agricultural 20 acres A20 to planned unit development commercial PUDC. The property is located at approximately 3650 South Washington Fields Road. And before I turn to our city planner to give a staff report on this, I want to make some comments to just talk a little bit about the land use process. And I'm sorry, I turned 48 and I'm kind of in between glasses, so I never know whether to put them on or take them off. And I think I wrote big enough, I'm good here, but I just want to talk just a little bit about kind of the land use process and the roles that everyone plays in the process. And I have a little bit of experience. I'm not a land use planner like some on the council are here, but I did serve for 8 years on the planning commission, on the council collectively. So I know just enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be, overconfident about it. Most of land use is guided by what the city calls a general plan. And that general plan is a fairly large document, but a lot of that has to do with general plan land use designations and zoning definitions and maps and those types of things. So that's a document that frankly some of us have been involved with, and it's been even prior councils who have put together that general plan, and that really kind of sets the vision for how certain areas within our community develop out. That's really probably one of the biggest things that a council does, is they go out into the communities, as some of you have been to those open house, and what they do is they get the feedback from the public, and then they try to bring that back, and they work with staff, and a general plan is put together, and that general plan gives staff and the council and the planning commission a guide as to how development plays out. It also is a very useful document for the public to be aware of, and so that they're informed and that it's transparent. So when you have an application come forward, it's typically done by either a property owner or an applicant who is working with the property owner. And that process will start with them referencing the general plan, and them also going to what is called staff developer meeting. And they'll come, and it's usually in our boardroom here, which is just a conference room, and they'll sit down with various representatives from the city. And Rusty, who was just here, who left, our economic development director, she usually chairs that committee. But you have representation from police, from fire, from parks, various from public works, from power, etc. And this gives the developer a chance to sit down with staff and say, we own or are interested in this property, and we would like to do this, this, and this on it. Now, with this elected body, staff works very closely and very harmoniously with the elected body. So typically they know the pulse, and also they know what our ordinances say, what our general plan says. So the applicant will come in and kind of kick the tires. They'll vet the viability of the project. And that process can be short or long, depending on the scope of the project. And staff will even answer basic questions like, is there access? Can we get power? Can we get sewer?
a number of questions. Does it meet the zoning? If it doesn't meet the zoning, what would it take for you to get there? As they're working through this, and then I'll come back to that process, I just want to make note that in that general plan, there are a couple of different maps. One of those maps that we're all fairly, at least to a degree, familiar with is the zoning map. And what zoning is what the property is currently used for. So if you have a single family home, it's usually zoned R1 something depending on the lot size. If you have agricultural property, like this next item will have, it's going to be zoned A whatever acreage, A20 for example. But zoning is what the property is currently used for. The general plan will have a land use designation. And it's important to distinguish between zoning, which is current use, and the general plan land use designation, which is the future use. The general plan, sometimes properties can be general planned for years. I believe that the one that we're going to talk about next has been general planned community commercial for years. So when an applicant recognizes that the zoning is this, it's currently used as this, but the general plan says that, then that gives them guidance on how to bring forward an application to either meet what are, basically to ask for zoning that is consistent with the general plan, typically. In an ideal world, sometimes they'll ask for general plan amendments. In this case, and I'm going to announce what item this is, but let's say, for example, that it's the general plan land use designation is community commercial. Then there are zonings that are consistent with that. So an applicant could apply for AP zoning, which is administrative and professional. They could apply for a C1 or a C2 zoning, which has various levels of permitted or automatically authorized commercial uses. And typically, if an applicant brings forward something that is consistent with that, then the land use bodies are more inclined to be favorable about that. Now, if there are items, in some cases, like we saw earlier tonight with the car wash, they had a commercial zoning, but they didn't have a permitted use. So in that case, they had to come through and ask for a conditional use permit, meaning you can do this with conditions. Sometimes, now one of the things about zoning, and I probably need to just get off my soapbox before you all fall asleep. Applicants can apply for straight zoning. I'm going to hear this from Councilwoman Casperson later, but I always tell her I'm going to try to be quick, but I end up being long. When it's straight zoning, applicants don't bring forward a plan. Like the last one we saw was a PUD, planned unit development. In that case, they show the council, they show the community what they're going to apply for. In straight zoning, you don't see that until they bring you a plat. It's different. But when an applicant asks for planned unit development, commercial, residential, or a mix of something, then what they do is they're showing you what they want to do. And sometimes all of those uses are not automatically permitted. So rather than go through a conditional use permit, which may be required anyway, they're asking for basically custom zoning, which is where we are tonight. So once they vet that with the staff, the next step is for it to come to the Plan Commission. I recognize Plan Commissioner Corey Anderson here in the audience tonight. You might recognize him from last week's meeting. That is typically the time prior to that meeting when these items are noticed to the public. It's also the opportunity for the public to see what's being proposed and come and either give comment at the public hearing in person or submit it electronically. The Planning Commission I refer to them as our land use experts, and in some items, they're the land use authority. But primarily what they do is recommend to the council. And what a planning commissioner is primarily doing is they're a little more of the black and white of the items. Does it meet the general plan? Does it meet the zoning? Does it meet the ordinance, et cetera? Then they make a recommendation to this council. And we respect the applicant as part of the process. We respect staff. We respect the plan commission, the public's involvement during the plan commission. And then as you see, we do our job. So that is a long-winded way to set the table for the fact that we're moving on to this item. I read the item. I will just also make note that the mayor and council probably received, in addition to watching the plan commission, being aware of the electronic public comment that was submitted at the public hearing, we probably all received 15 to 20 or so. Ben's got them written down, or Henderson, what do you guys do? We received a lot of public comment, and I want you to know that the council has read that, and that the council's in a position where they respect each person, from the applicant to the public, to the plan commission, to the staff. They respect each of those roles. And now they have to sort through it all, listen to staff, listen to the applicant, and make a decision. And so we want to make sure that all parties are treated fairly and that the application is given fair consideration. So, Eldon.
Can I just say that was really important and I appreciate it. Just
Thank
because you
you.
called me out right there.
She doesn't mean it. She's going to razz me.
That was genuine, just so y'all know.
Oh, I apologize. Councilman Martinson, thank you. He had a prior commitment. I should have announced that at the start of the meeting. I was just a little nervous because we have such a big crowd here tonight. Thank you, Councilman. All right, Eldon, go ahead and give us the staff report on this one.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 19.346 acres located at approximately the northeast corner of Washington Fields Road and George Washington Boulevard. The requested change is from the current zoning of agricultural 20 acres and residential agriculture 1 acre, and that's to a proposed plan unit development, commercial mixed use zoning designation. The general plan designation is community commercial, with the surrounding zoning of agricultural 20 to the north and south, residential agricultural 1 and plan unit development to the east, and plan unit development commercial to the west. The planned unit development commercial request is for the purpose of developing the acreage into a commercial mixed-use development as shown in the attached exhibits. The project is showing a proposed grocery store, bank, car wash facility, office building, 2 small food establishments, a large restaurant type establishment, bottom floor retail space with apartment units above, and 5 additional apartment buildings. The total apartment unit count proposed is 40 one-bedroom units and 94, that's 94 two-bedroom units, and are just under 52 feet tall. The apartment portion of the development is providing 2 pickleball courts, a swimming pool and hot tub, and a large pavilion area next to the swimming pool, and a large grass play area next to the pavilion. The project is providing some well-designed attributes, including a downtown Main Street feel that is laid out with the center entrance along George Washington Boulevard. And most of the buildings are placed around the perimeters with parking on the interior of the development. The exterior finishes are aesthetically pleasing as well. Staff would like to note that the parking layout is cumbersome with long distance foot travel paths to both the restaurant areas and apartment units as shown in the parking exhibit attached in the exhibits. Also, the residential portion of the project is showing a 21 plus dwelling unit per acre ratio, which is above the dwelling unit per acre ratio in the standard PUDR zoning designation, which only allows for a 16 dwelling unit per acre ratio. The mixed use opportunity for dwelling units was not intended to try and match the regular PUDR residential dwelling unit per acre standards within commercial developments. And lastly, this project will need a well-defined development agreement, which is not complete or agreed upon at this present time. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on May 17th, 2023. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial of 3 votes of Z-23-06 for the zone change request from agricultural 20 acre and residential agriculture 1 acre to the proposed plan unit development commercial mixed use onto the city council. And that was based on the following findings and conditions in your report. I do also want to note the commission wanted to pass along the 4 following items. Number 1 is a development agreement with the city to be finalized. Number 2 is further address the ingress and egress onto Camino Real, possibly removing this access point. Number 3, density to be looked at and to be in line with standards. And lastly, the block wall noted on the plan along the north property line. And I will scroll through these exhibits here. I think we'll come back to this one, kind of discuss the downtown feel here. So this would be looking east towards Camino Real with a proposed car wash immediately to the right. This would be looking north from George Washington Boulevard up the main street. Got office and retail to the right, proposed car wash on the left, and the apartments on the far back end right corner. This would be looking north to the grocery store. The side elevations of the grocery store and the front and south. Another view of the grocery store. Office retail with the restaurants. Have a different view of the office retail on the main floor. This is the proposed bank, which will not be called Washington City Bank. That's just a placeholder there for a proposed bank. Some more views of the bank. This is the corner of 3650 and George Washington Boulevard, kind of looking into the development, the bank on the corner.
Is that a picture of the forbidden fountain?
They are desert plants, though.
Yeah.
Our new landscape ordinance. Yeah.
Could be a mini swimming pool.
We have spoken.
Is it a swing pool?
Yeah, for kids.
They are not planning to do a water feature there. It's just a placeholder there. Apartment retail view. It's more of the apartments and retail.
This is on the Main Street section, Eldon.
Yes, with the retail on the main and then two apartments above, 2 apartment stories and floors. proposed car wash, west elevation, east elevation for the car wash, the apartments, there's a site plan. You see the bank on the far left corner, the car wash just to the right of that, kind of the parking flow, ingress, egress, restaurants. Landscape plan. Just for reference purposes, the downtown strip or roadway is between the car wash and the office, along with the apartment retail and the residences run north to south there. This exhibit demonstrates the parking allocation. Now, one of staff's concern here is on the residential, how they're allocating these apartment stalls so close to the grocery store and the walking distance to the apartment as well. And then also the green shaded box, the restaurant parking is kind of a walk-in. That far left green box is allocated to the restaurants, which are across Main Street. And that's all of the exhibits. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, any questions, clarifications, discussions with staff? Seeing none, I'll invite the applicant to come forward and field questions and give comment as you see fit. And if you just, Connor and Quinn, if you just state your names for the record.
Connor Atkin and Quinn Allgood. Happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
So, been kind of sick to my stomach about what's happened, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on how you think the process has gone so far.
In what way?
In the way I feel like you've ramrodded yourself through staff, you've ramrodded yourself through planning commission. I don't really appreciate that.
So we've been working with Bill and Will for 1.5 years, trying to get the project that we would like. We initially started with a different commercial concept, but that wasn't what was told that the city wanted. So we've tried to work with them, like I said, for over 1 year on what they wanted, and working with what they wanted in conjunction with what the city council and the staff wanted. In conjunction with what, as you said, ramrodding, the crux of what we feel is the development agreement that you guys have the authority to decide on. And so that when we got up and said we'd prefer to be denied or approved, it was just with the basis of talking about the development agreement with you guys.
Well, and I can understand you want to talk to us about the development agreement because that's not planning commission, but there was plenty of other issues, and I felt like you didn't even care that the planning commission had what they had to say. Just approve or deny us. And I just don't think, I mean, our planning commission's a good planning commission. They try to get the best, and we have a unanimous denial. I don't think I've ever had a unanimous denial from planning commission.
Just to speak on the unanimous denial, there was 2 people that had to recuse themselves. So from our understanding of that, and Thad, correct me if I'm wrong, there had to be unanimous denial with a vote of 3.
It still was a unanimous denial. I know one had to abstain himself because he works with you. The other one abstained for personal reasons. I don't know what those reasons are, but that's his. I still look at it as a unanimous denial because it felt like they felt like you didn't even consider any of their options. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate you working thinking that our planning commission isn't worth what they're worth, because they put time and effort into this a lot. I mean, they're serving just like we're all serving to help the community. And we understand you have a project. We want to help your project, but I feel like you haven't listened to what they want or what the city's requirements are either.
So gentlemen, why don't you, if you would, share with us what you wanted us to hear as a council, why you wanted to come in front of us.
So with the development specifically, there's some funds requested in there, and according to the attorney, right, and the manager, that has to be from you guys. The 3 other comments that the planning commission made as part of their concerns, we have answers for those. The 13 things the staff put on, we have answers for those. So it was really just, it feels, in working with staff, a lot of it revolves around the development agreement is what we're really after, because like the last issues, right, that's a big portion of the approval.
But am I correct in assuming you didn't mean any disrespect? But it came across that way. It came
across that way, and we understand it was a 2.5 hour just our thing, and we've had 30 or 40 calls just the same as you guys have. So most people don't know, we've been 1.5 years working on the back end, and in working with Bill and Will, you know, that's part of the hope is working with them, we have a better project coming to the council. So yes, no disrespect, thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Connor, you know, but you know, we do hold our planning commission in high regard. You know, they're the land use authority that helps us to make good decisions. And you know, and I know that you probably didn't intend that, but it did seem like that in some ways. But I would just suggest, Mayor, that we just maybe tell us what you wanted us to hear, you know, why you wanted to be in front of us and not planning commission, so that we can maybe move this along a little bit. Sorry, Mayor, I stepped on your toes.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, please.
So the meat of the issue is the development agreement. Would you like to talk about that first? But to your point, I'd like to respect the planning commission's requests last time and hit on those as well. So I don't know if you care which way we go.
Development agreements follow the site plans. So let's start with the recommendations from the planning commission and some of the recommendations from staff prior to that, and then we'll address the development agreement after that.
Yeah. So per the staff report that Eldon read, the project providing some well-designed attributes. We'll give credit with our designers and with Bill and Will with that. I know the parking layout, that's a big issue, and one of the 4 things that the planning commission talked about. We did have you guys watch the or listen to it. We've worked with Bill and Will on this for a long time about the units. It came across as 21 plus dwelling units, but I believe you've done this on other projects, because it's a PUD commercial. They've taken in the 2 access roads to the units, and it's 16.94. So it is down a lot more than what is on the staff. So I just wanted to hit on that.
You're doing great, Connor. I just want to point out, just a point of clarification. You also have an architect, right? Do I see your architect here with Reflect?
And the engineer and the attorney.
Your engineer,
so we can answer any
yes.
questions that City Council would like to.
Great individuals, and we've worked with your architect and engineer before. And so in the process, you have your architect that's bringing forward that plan, and then Will and Bill's role as our consultants is they try to take that plan and improve the site and help with the elevations and some of those tweakings, but your architect drew your plans, is that right?
We worked more in conjunction with Bill and Will first to get that drawn. In fact, going back to, yes, so that answers your question. Went through Bill and Will first, and then our architect kind of laid it out.
Okay. We hired him probably 7 months after we had already been working with Bill and Will to that point.
And I think just for the community that's here, Will and Bill, I really appreciate their services. We've seen a lot of times when a project has come forward as good, and they've brought it forward with their architect and with their engineers, and they've helped tweak a few things to make it great. And I think some of the past history on that is a desire that the community has had for some design guidelines in some of our critical areas, like our downtown, some of our exits, and then in the fields. So they're trying to kind of help
help kind of bridge the gap in taking a good project, make it a great project, but they're typically not doing the ones they're bringing the project forward. They're just giving some guidance along the way. I just want to make that clarification.
Correct. We had an engineer from the start laying out the 2D, if you will, and then the 3D came later after we felt pretty confident with the two, Bill and Will.
Great. Okay. Continuing, you're doing great.
Yeah. So the 21 plus dwelling units, that was calculated with the roads, and then the recommendation from the Planning Commission, the development agreement, of course, was talked about, and then the density I just hit on with the 21 to 16. 16.94 is exact what it equals with that. The block wall on the north property line.
So as far as those units being over, typically allows for 16 dwelling units per acre ratio. So due to this being a PUD, we are asking for an exception to go from 16 to the 16.92 on that, as far as that.
And let me just kind of interject a little bit of the logic, the reasoning behind maybe a mixed use approach here. And I recognize there's some strong feelings, and I'm not advocating for or against the project. I'm just saying, here's kind of the thought. When we look at projects in other areas, and oftentimes you see a project that is car centric, meaning you drive to it, you see the parking lot, and then you see the store back behind it, and it doesn't really have much character or feel. You drive to it, then you go home. In some of the things that we're trying to do in our communities is we're trying to make spaces that are a little more walkable and community centered, and in some cases in the right proportions and in the right areas and with the right collaboration. The idea is to create some density where those can become walkable spaces. And I think that's maybe part of the vision that incorporated at least a portion of the residential component to your project. Is
correct.
So in fairness to you, that's part of when you want walkable community spaces, sometimes you need to bring in some elements that allow for some residential use. Now, to what extent, there's a process that I went way too long explaining to determine what that is. But I just wanted to maybe let the public know that some of these buildings were brought to the front. Some of the intent, I think, with working with our consultants would be to help try to make it a little bit more of a walkable area.
Correct. So yeah, with the mixed use development, that's, we tried to still get as close to that 16 as possible. And then the block wall on the north, we always had that planned on the residential side. I don't know if we necessarily had that planned on the other side, but we're open to either of those, whether it's a steel fence that's already there or if it is a block wall on the north. And then the further ingress egress onto Camino Real, possibly removing that access point, we're open to that. We're in the process of a traffic study. As we've talked to individuals, they think that more serves and helps the people to the north in Majestic View. If that's taken away, if somebody does from the Majestic View, they're going to have to go the long way around, where that more helps serve that residential area more than anybody else was. But we're open to suggestions and see what the traffic study brings.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Just to clarify, yeah, just Camino Real. It's a full access right now. We could look at a right in, right out. Once again, that would require any access that's coming in right. They'd have to go all the way around to go back to their homes. So with this traffic study, it can really help us determine, if that access is needed or not for this project. But then also one of our concerns when looking at this too is for the residents in this area, is that a benefit or not to have that access?
So I think that's all the points.
You're talking on Camino and
on Camino. That was one of the points the Planning Commission made, was look at that.
Yes.
And so we will look at it in our traffic study, but we hope it's a benefit more than a hurt. But I know a lot of the public comment was that's a hurt. So
those are the points that I heard for the most part with the Planning Commission. Are there additional?
Those were there was 4: the development agreement, which we can discuss, but then the ingress egress on Camino, the density, and then the block wall were the 4 that was on the staff report to the city council.
We talk about the parking.
Oh, and then the parking layout is cumbersome was one last from staff.
And long distance then you can kind of see on the one that's long distance. I guess, if we can go to that parking kind of layout. Thank you, Eldon. More so if we talk about this mixed use retail apartment building, utilizing that parking on the side next to the grocery store doesn't necessarily need that parking. So that's why we kind of incorporated that. And then down here with the mix, most of that's going to be for office use that we would suspect on that green area. We do understand, but hopefully with this walkable PUD setup that this is in conjunction, we're trying to also keep as much parking off of the road as possible when we were developing this with Bill and Will too, just give it that more inviting look.
I didn't answer any more questions, but besides the development agreement, that's trying to answer all those with the staff and the planning commission.
Questions for the applicants that do not regard the development agreement? Comments?
I maybe have
Jeremy?
a comment. I think it's maybe helpful to understand because we're missing each other a little bit here, but typically these comments that the planning commission brings up, they would often table a project and then the applicant would go and work on some of these and then bring it back and try to get the approval of the planning commission before it goes to the council. And I think part of the concern was just the idea that we want to work on the development agreement. We need the council for that. And so let's not wait. Does that make sense? So I think that's where some of this is coming from, where it may have looked like that, because now the planning commission has no chance to weigh in on the things that you just mentioned today as possible changes. And then the only other comment I want to make as we dive into the development agreement is, and I think it's also an important distinction. The staff didn't say that the council are the only ones that can do it. What the staff said is as far as who pays for the roads, the answer was the developer pays for the roads. And so your question was, well, who can change that decision? And that's the city council. So it's not that we said this needs to go to the city council to decide this. The decision was the developer pays for the roads, but the council has the opportunity, if they want to override that and choose to pay for them. Does that
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because we did have that conversation about the city roads, and we've come to the conclusion that that's something that we're not going to be asking for in this development agreement. But we can.
I think we all know there's a lot of baggage, if you will, with Ralph on this whole piece. There's some agreements that are outstanding. And so we do know there's what he said, what she said, and in the middle, right? So we understand with the roads, there is also 1,200 feet away, right? I mentioned this in the last meeting. We got to bring stormwater and sewer. And I said, if there's some sort of pioneering agreement, because people will be tying into that. So I think at the end of the day, in the development agreement, we put the roads. Really what we were after was the amount. And it's kind of, right, we could take that out and just say, is there some participation, or can the city help us with a pioneering agreement, if you will, that if somebody comes in, we get the...
I have a question on that, because I remember hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is connecting in?
So it won't be until they connect in, which could be the North Staley property. And Taylor may be able to speak to this more. So
just because I'm not familiar with the way the utilities lay out, but I look at the property is surrounded by 3 sides. So I don't know who else would be tying into it, because they can go to the west and tie into Fields Road. So I just want clarification on that. And Taylor, I'm sure, has it all figured out and can tell me.
It's a little early on to have it all figured out. Taylor Ricks with Mainline Engineering, representing the applicant as the civil engineer. So Craig, you probably know this. I don't know if all the council knows this, but
just hold on 1 second.
Yes.
I know your friends.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Coates or Councilman Coates. I apologize. I lost my formalities.
You're great. No, you're fantastic.
Yeah. This property, as well as the property to the north, generally drain downhill to the northwest. And so the utilities that would need to be extended for this project would be sanitary sewer from about 3090 south, going south in Washington Fields Road, as well as storm drain along that same alignment. And so I think the idea is that that extension would provide storm and sanitary sewer mains in Washington Fields Road directly west of the Staley property as well. That could be a convenient connection point because they are downhill of the Staley property. That's the intent behind that comment.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying you have to run them north then west to get the property to convey the sewer and stormwater?
Yeah, so there is storm drain available at the southwest corner of this project, but both the sanitary and the storm drain are too shallow to gravity feed. So we have to extend utilities south in Washington Fields Road in order to gravity
From
feed those.
3090.
Not quite all the way to 3090. If you're familiar with the Majestic Fields subdivision, they're directly adjacent to Majestic Fields on the west.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thad, I know you've reviewed the easements and the road situation. Would you just share for the record what you observed on that agreement? I know. Let me rephrase my question. Yeah. As I understand, as part of the development agreement, the applicant is asking for, if not all, at least a portion of contribution for the full width build out of the road. And typically the developers build the road. There has been an agreement. Can you speak to that?
Okay, yeah. So up until tonight, just a few moments ago, the development agreement indicates a dollar amount that they are asking the city council to contribute towards roads and other improvements. I feel like what was stated is a change of that position. And so with that, I think that the development agreement would need some changes. Before tonight, this development agreement is one that has been back and forth between attorneys probably 6 or 7 times. It's been worked on significantly. And it's mostly in final form other than just details on a few of these issues that they wanted to ask the council to support them with.
So what specifically are you asking the council with respect to roads?
So in the development agreement, as the attorney just, I don't even know what to call the city attorney, we had put in specifically to try to narrow a portion of Camino, a portion of George Washington, a portion of Washington Fields, as those have been built out with impact fees. There's no impact fees available to do those. We felt like it was maybe offset, but in talking with the city attorney and others, there's kind of this, again, he said, she said, what it is. And I understand a lot of this gets resolved if we can just move on from this project, right? There's, yeah, so that's what was stated. And we're saying at the end of the day, what we're really after, whether you take all those road words out of the development agreement and just have an amount, the amount in the development agreement would be all that would stay.
What do you mean an amount?
An amount for the city to help participate in this project.
The city to contribute on the build out of the roads.
We had the roads in there, but we're saying at the end of the day, we could take the roads out and put utilities instead in the development agreement. So
these
bringing it 1,200 feet away.
And I'll answer because I'll hold them back a little.
And before that, and that's what I'm saying, even a step further is the city may not even have to do any funds, but will they allow a pioneering agreement that someday, 30 years, 80 years, whatever, it can be.
I think the
Mayor, can I jump in real
yes,
quick?
please. I'll put my foot in my mouth otherwise. Go ahead.
We'll just give you a chance to consider your thoughts. No, I just want to answer some of the questions. So right now, the development agreement asks for an aggregate total of $292,000. That's broke out between $154,000 for roadways. Sorry, $154,000 for storm drain extension, $110,000 for George Washington Boulevard widening, and $28,000 for Camino Real. The city does not agree that there's he said, she said, except for one item, and we don't even agree on that item, but we recognize it. For storm drain, streets, and sewer, as we've gone back and forth on the development agreement, the departments that administer sewer and development agreement and streets have all gone and done a review of their capital facility plans and the road funds that the city has expended on those roads for what exists today. And each of those departments has come back and said all of the eligible impact fees that can be expended for those roads have been expended. And so on each one of those, the department said there is no impact fee funds or credit available because the city expended those when they built what was built. There is some differences of interpretation of the agreement with Ralph Staley as it relates to the Washington Fields Road widening. The city feels like it's a clear agreement, and we feel like the owner, Mr. Staley, is the one that really should be arguing in its favor, because what it says is if the road needs to be widened before he wants it widened, the city will pay for it. And there's some argument that's saying, well, maybe that wasn't a valid agreement, or maybe that wasn't the term. But either way, if that's what it says, the city thinks that he should be the one that is also in favor of it. But that's really the only area where I'll acknowledge and agree that there's some he said, or maybe some differences of opinion.
Thank you, Thad. Councilman Coates, let's talk on development agreement, then circle back to site plan or whatever your comment is.
Okay, we can talk on development agreement.
I'd just like to I'd like to finish up the development agreement conversation, then move back to site plan to see if we need a continued development agreement conversation.
So the way I look at it is, if we give you money, we got to give everybody else money, and we don't have the money to do that. So why should we? Every other developer comes in, builds their development, and ties in, builds a road, builds whatever infrastructure they need, and the city's put in the center of the road, putting $15 million into interchange, which is going to greatly help your project. I think we spent the money. There's no more money, in my opinion, that can go toward this project. I mean, if I do it here, I got to do it across the street on the Snows piece, and then I'm going to have other developers who've developed up north saying, well, where's my check? I widened my road. So I can't play favorites here on that. So my answer is no, there's no money it's a developer situation. So that's where I'm standing on that. So there's no need to discuss that in my mind on these roads.
All right, let's talk site plan, council, if you're so inclined. Thank you. I'll have you sit down for just a minute, applicants. Council, let's talk site plan and where we go from here.
So, I think there's some good things about this this development that I really like, but I think it needs a lot of work. There's a lot of things, a lot of concerns that the staff has and the planning commission, residents, and so forth. And so let me just give you, some of the concerns, and you've talked about some of them already. I really think this needs to, I kind of feel like we're getting the cart behind, or the cart in front of the horse, cart before the horse on this one a little bit. And so I kind of think that we really need to kind of start from square one, back with staff, and go back through planning commission, and take a little bit of time both with planning commission and staff to work through this and get it right. But some of the concerns that I have are the same ones that the planning commission and staff had, and some of the residents. And I just have a list here. I'll just go through them. One of them is the density of the apartments. I'm not sure that that's going to work. I know you've talked a little bit about adjusting the boundaries to make it work, but I'm not sure that that's going to work for everyone. A concern I have is the building heights. I think I read they were 52 feet or something, at least a couple of the buildings. So that's a concern I have, is the building heights. I also have a concern about the full access on Camino Real. I don't know that that's going to work. Probably my main concern is the parking. When we look at the parking map, I think if I lived in those apartments, there's no way I'm going to park next to that grocery store and walk clear to my apartment. So I would probably be parking on the street at Camino Real. And so I think that's something that needs to be addressed, is the parking. That's a big one for me. Councilman Coates already addressed the road completion. I don't think that's going to work for the city to participate in the road development. I do like the design of it a lot, but I'm not sure that it fits right there in the Washington Fields. I know a lot of people have concern with that it doesn't exactly, feel like the Washington Fields, although I do like the design. The contemporary look is nice. I like it, but I'm not sure that it fits right there in that neighborhood. We've already talked about the block wall, the development agreement. I think that's about it for me, but I really would encourage you just to kind of start from square one, go back to staff, work with them, go back to the planning commission, work through it with them. A good example of a good process is that last project, the Elevate project that came through. They had to come back and several times, and the project was completely different now than it was when they came in. But the project is much better when they came in, and I think it's a project that everybody can live with. So again, this is potentially a very good project, and there's a lot of things that I like about it, but I would encourage you to go back from square one and, you know, go through the process. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Henderson. Councilwoman Casterson, Councilman Ivy, your thoughts on this?
Well, I don't want to be repetitive, but I share many of the same concerns that Councilman Henderson mentioned with, the density, the building heights, the parking. I also agree that the developer should pay for the roads. And I know that you've been working on this for some time, but the first time that I actually saw this project was at the Planning Commission, and I was able to listen to all the Planning Commission and the concerns there. And so I agree that it would be, for me, with everything that with this project and with the agreement, I do believe that it would be best to go back to staff. And then I really appreciate the input from the Planning Commission. And so I would like to, as there's work done on this, I'd like to have their eyes on it and then have it come to us next.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy.
So, I want to first of all say that I appreciate your desire to build commercial in the fields, and I think what I'm hearing the council, and, we know, you're a good man, good families, we know you, but I really think that I agree with the other I agree with the other council members that we probably need to go back through the process. And just to be fair and open, I like a lot of things about your project, but the one thing that holds me up is that I was on the council when the current general plan was approved. There's commercial on that corner for a reason. And, it's one of those things that if not when, if not now, when, if not where, that kind of a thing. So for me, the general plan is something that is a concern to me, to try to change a general plan when that's something that's been on the radar for a long time. And then my other concern is that if we can build a project without putting a road on Camino Real on a very, slow moving residential road, I would appreciate that. And then, I do totally agree too that the council really can't give money for the road. I don't know what the agreement is with Mr. Staley, and I haven't heard all that, but for reasons that have been given, that's just not a good practice for a city council to do, because then we would be bound to maybe do that same thing for others, and we can't do that. But I would encourage you both to go back and maybe take a good look at it from the foundational level and consider what's been said. It's a good, fair council. I wouldn't go away tonight feeling that there's going to be any ill will harbored at all. We won't do that. We will come back. We'll judge your project on its merits and its benefit to the city. But I think what you've heard tonight is good, open, honest exchange, and I hope that we can move forward together positively and in a way to find resolution for your commercial project in the fields.
Thank you, Councilman Colts. I see the engineer Taylor taking notes. Do you have anything you'd like him to make note of?
No, I just want to mention that I'm not in favor of the apartments. I agree with Councilman Ivy on it needs to stay commercial. I also think I do think the buildings are beautiful. I just don't think they're right for this area. I would like some more country feel. Not an architect. I don't know what that means, but I think they're really phenomenal buildings in downtown Salt Lake, not Washington Fields. So that's my opinion. It means 1/5 of a vote, right? So just take that for what it's worth. As far as the Camino Real, the access, I don't think we should cut it off. If there's apartments, yeah, maybe, but I don't think there should be apartments. But if it was commercial, I think it's beneficial to have it. It helps the circulation of the site. So that's I'm not saying cut it in my opinion, but it needs to be looked at. But I also think the density is too high. I don't agree with the apartments there. But the commercial overall, I think is close. But that's my concerns, is that we don't have that straightened out. It needs to go through the process and be vetted with staff and planning commission.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything else you'd like the applicant to make note of? Can I just ask a little bit of a clarifying question? It sounds like this council is not liking the apartment element on this piece. Am I getting that? At least a couple of you have mentioned that. I guess my question is this, is there a mixed use component that could possibly work to some extent on this piece, just for their feedback as they go back to a little bit of a drawing board?
I don't know. We've approved similar developments with townhomes just to the southwest. So I do believe in the feathering effect, but we're going from single family right to apartments. And I also know that townhomes don't always go right up against commercial, but it's not like this is a large commercial. So that's how I look at it. The other note is I do think staff should look at, and it's more of just look at, I'm not saying what to do, but that North Road, I don't think it'll ever get fully developed.
I'm glad you brought that up.
So I think we need to look at a modified road potentially.
Well, we did hear it from the property owner to the north that the other half would never be built, so that probably ought to be made note of as well.
Built until she decides to build it.
Said earlier, Mayor, never say never.
Don't ever say never, right? So, but I'm just saying we might want to relook at it, because I don't think they should have to build if that road goes in the commercial full. I mean, there's no point building a full road, but maybe there's a modified road that we can work on with the PCD to make, or PUD, sorry, PUD, to make that work for them. So I just think we need to look at that aspect, but I'm ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Any final comments before a motion is made? Go ahead, Councilman.
Mayor, I make a motion that we deny zone change request Z-23-06 from agricultural 20 acre A20 to planned unit development commercial for the following reasons. One, it doesn't meet the general plan with commercial. Two, there's concerns with too many concerns that were brought up through staff and planning commission and need to be relooked at with staff.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Henderson. We'll go roll call. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Aye. Ivy.
Aye.
And the vote is unanimous. We look forward to seeing you back and seeing something that works really nicely on that piece. Let's move on to the next item. This is going to be item 6F. This is consideration to approve an ordinance amending zoning regulations for Title 9.8A-6 and 9.8B-6, modifying regulations, size of detached accessory structures. And we're really changing gears here. We're digging into amending an ordinance that we've been working on for some time now that's been brought forward by a couple of council members here. Eldon, will you present to the council on this particular item?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This item is regarding detached accessory buildings, code 9-8A-6 and 9-8B-6. The first part concerns itself with the residential agriculture, and then the 9-8B concerns itself with the straight R1 zoning.
Hey, you're doing a great job tonight, by the way.
Thank you. I'm just debating how I want to get through this here. I'll discuss the changes.
Just don't think about the fact that Drew is in Hawaii and you're not.
Drew owes you one, big time.
So
I'm sure he timed that vacation.
Drew needs to buy you lunch at the food truck park when he gets back.
Drew, that's on the record.
Is that a motion?
All right, drive forward. We can't let dead air on these radio waves.
So this item, we're proposing, the Planning Commission heard that, and I'll get into their recommendation here in a minute. We're proposing, as the code reads, to leave all of the items as stated in the code, and we're proposing to scratch item E, which is the 50% requirement. And you can see that's in red. And then a couple clerical errors. The numbering's gonna the numbering will bump up, so we scratch that, and then also a clerical error, just cleaning up the code, removing subsection D, which is addressed in the code as well. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on May 17th, and they recommended to approve with the change of increasing the rear yard percentage to 30%. So the detached structure would be able to be 5% larger than it currently is in the backyard. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Eldon?
The Planning Commission did ask for legal opinion on that 30% and what it meant. And we spent some time putting our brains together. The question was, how does that 30% calculate? Eldon was present. We concluded that that would allow them an additional 5% of the rear yard area that could be built into a structure as per staff's interpretation of what a structure is.
So Eldon, I really like what you guys came up with, with the Planning Commission, and so I'm in favor of this.
Oh, I too. I listened to both conversations at Planning Commission, appreciated the discussion, and again, where they are land use authority, I'm inclined to agree with them to change the 25, to 30%.
I agree.
You're making my job easy on this one. Who wants to make a motion?
I will, Mayor.
Well, I think this process started with you, Councilman Ivy, so I think it's fitting.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance amending zoning regulations for Title 9-8A-6 and 9-8B-6, modifying regulations, size of detached accessory structures.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Roll call. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Aye. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That ordinance is amended unanimously. 6H is consideration to approve.
Could I just get one
Please.
clarification? Was that with the increase to 30% as Planning Commission recommended?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, as it's written on the draft.
Should we amend our
in the
motion
packet.
real quick?
The ordinance, Tara, will need to be updated to reflect that.
30% as per the record. I think that, are we okay with the motion? We're good on the minutes?
Just the way it's written in the ordinance in the packet.
Great. Thanks for catching that, Eldon. We're going to do 6H, and then we'll take a little 5-minute break.
6G, Mayor.
G and H.
Are we only on G?
G.
Let's take 5 minutes now. Apparently we need 5 minutes now. I want to let the room clear out just a little bit after those. We'll take 5. If I weren't the mayor and had to keep this meeting going, I'd be down there talking, enjoying myself, but I have to do this, so I've got to play my part, Brian. And you're coming up in about 3 agenda items. All right. Item 9G. Not 9H, 9G, 6G. Tara? 6G, consideration to approve an ordinance amending zoning regulations for Title 9-8A-8 and 9-8B-7 detached accessory dwelling units. City Planner Eldon Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is regarding accessory dwelling units. We are proposing to strike the 50% square footage requirement here, as noted in the red. And the Planning Commission heard this in their last Planning Commission, May 17th, and they motioned with the condition that the square footage should be increased to 1,000 square feet. And I'm happy to answer any discussion.
Can you give me some background on why we're thinking, is this supposed to help with us getting bigger secondary dwelling units, detached dwelling units?
Exactly, yeah, more square footage for the accessory dwelling units, detached.
Do we have anywhere in here that, I didn't see it, that had any additional parking?
We haven't addressed that.
It still is just what we had before, where if it's...
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
To build a bigger footprint of the ADU itself. That's right.
Correct. Yeah. In regards to the parking, we may bring that forth at a later date to help with the moderate income housing.
So Eldon, I like this because it kind of has 2 components to it that I can see. For smaller lots, it has the component where it keeps it at 25% of the rear yard area, so it doesn't get too big. But then for the larger lots, I mean, we have a lot of half-acre lots and acre lots, you know, then it bumps it up to 1,000 square feet, which I think is a good change. 650 square feet, like if you were to build an accessory dwelling unit, a detached one on a, you know, half-acre plus lot, 650 square feet is tiny. That's practically a shed. So I think it's, you know, good change. So I support it.
I think Commissioner Anderson referred to it as like a doghouse or something. I can't remember from the Planning Commission.
650 would be like 25 times 26.
Yeah, so it's not that big.
So I have a question. Are we, and maybe this isn't the right, but I had a thought. What about accessory dwelling units over like garages? Because we just increased the garage square footage, but we increased that. Is that something we need to address in here, where they could have like an apartment above a garage? Or I just don't know the best place to put it, if our existing code covers that. I don't think it does. I'm just wondering about something like that to help with accessory dwelling units of over a garage, because if someone could build a 2-story garage and say, hey, I want my kids to live above there because I don't want them in my house anymore, and
we would need to address
the dream, right?
The height requirement. Currently, we limit this to 17 feet.
If you remember, the Brady Bunch had an apartment over their garage. Do you remember the Brady Bunch, Eldon?
They lived in California, and we're not California.
That's
so
true.
I don't know. It's just, you're saying the max height is 17 feet, but the garage max height isn't.
Correct. Garage is 20 feet.
I don't know. I'm not saying tonight, just keep that in mind. We might want to look at that, because I'm sitting here thinking that's an option for people to get their garage that they want, plus maybe an apartment above that they could rent out or have someone use as well. Just a thought for another discussion maybe. So I don't know the best aspect. Sorry, I'm laughing at Jordan. They're making comments. So anyways, I'm done.
So
No,
Mayor,
good comment, and we've worked on this for some time. Or you want to make a motion on this, Councilman?
Just wanted to comment further. I think that it's important, with our housing situation that we explore all the options. I mean, we all understand the housing shortage and the affordable housing issue. We understand that. I just like to have those discussions as well, Councilman. I think those are good to have.
I like the flexibility. I think it gives some options when sometimes it's really tough to have a place to give a start, and so that's good policy. Good work, everyone.
Can we have staff look into what they might think would be a good idea for something like that?
Talking about the height or the
I'm
combination
combination, and give us the pluses or minuses in a future work session when you see fit. But I just don't want to forget about it.
Councilman Henderson, is that something the County Commission can work on?
Yes, for sure.
First question I'd have, Mayor, is would we just, if we were to increase the height for an ADU, would that be the only use, or would that also be if somebody wanted to put a 2-story garage? I mean, I know we don't need to get into it right now that deep, but I mean, those would be the questions that would be interesting to have. So
I think that's a good conversation to have. I think just going gently down that road and letting the Plan Commission chew on it for a while without urgency, kind of consider all aspects of it. I think it's a good topic for them to explore. Let's move forward if we're ready on this one. Who'd like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. We approve ordinance amending zoned regulation Title 9-8A-8 and 9-8AB-7 detached accessory dwelling units.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates to approve as presented.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Just for clarification, that's up to 1,000 square feet as recommended by Planning Commission.
Yes, as shown in our packet.
30% on the rear yard.
And yeah, what's shown in our packet, yeah.
Okay, have a motion with those clarifications. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Henderson. I'm trying to remember where we are.
I'll go first, Mayor.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson? Henderson?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Item 6H, this is consideration to approve an ordinance amending City Code Title 1, Chapter 7 and Chapter 11. This is our code that deals with election and campaign financial disclosure. Tara Pence has done excellent work on this. She's going to give us a summary and then allow us to vote on it.
Okay, we will be very quick on this one.
And if you can just, my recorder really likes it when people speak into the mic.
Okay.
You're a great recorder, Tara.
Thank you. We got the updated state law on the campaign financial disclosures. And so we wanted to make sure that our city code matched what state law had adopted back in May. So we've just made those changes. As you'll see, all of them are in red. We're literally verbatim on the financial disclosures dates. They've added a couple items for in-kind donations. They've clarified a little bit, and then they've allowed a penalty if you don't turn in your financial disclosure on time. The first part is just we're going to conduct our elections in compliance with state code. The only reason we're changing that is we're referencing a very old code in state law, and we just took it out. So it actually, no matter what they change it to, we'll be in compliance on that.
Really clean. I like what you did there.
Are there any questions? It's a little bit wordy, but we wanted to make sure we were verbatim what they said. So if someone wants to look at what they need to do, they can look in our code rather than going to state law.
So I have a question on the penalty. Is it $50 a day, $50 a week, $50?
You only have 24 hours. So 24 hours, you get a $50 penalty, and after 24 hours, you're disqualified.
So this just really mirrors state code.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just updating an antiquated code to meet current legislation.
Yes.
And it's really clean. I like how you redlined it, numbered it, strike through where needed. Any questions for our recorder on this item? Pretty straightforward. She makes a lot of things really easy for us.
try.
I'll just, on behalf of everyone, thank you, Tara. We appreciate all you do, often behind the scenes,
Thank
to
you.
help these meetings go as well as they do. You do a lot of work,
Yeah.
you and your staff.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's nice to have you in here, you know?
I'm very behind the scenes when I'm doing the ordinances changes upstairs, so it's a little easier, but
Yeah,
it's
I
great to be here in
understand.
front of you guys.
Councilwoman Casperson, do you want to make the motion on this one?
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance amending City Code Title 1, Chapter 7 and Chapter 11, Election and Campaign Financial Disclosure.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Ivy. Roll call, Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously.
Thank
Excellent
you.
work. We're moving right along. We are finally out of ordinances, thank heavens, into a resolution. And we've done a lot of work on this. I'm not even gonna overspeak this time. This is item 7A, is consideration to approve a resolution adopting the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget. We have been working on this for months. We've had our public hearing. We've approved the tentative budget. We've been through the planning process. We're here. Brian, come talk to us, answer any questions the council might have, and then we're going to get this thing across the finish line, across the goal line here.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So
Just lift that up and speak a little clearly into it. There you go.
after the meeting on May 10th, the public hearing, I showed a tentative budget on the screen, and there was some requests made. And so that I show those requests that were made on the adopted budget. So you see the municipal building authority, we decreased by 5.2 million, and the streets and that was for the remodel the fire station and the capital project streets. That was for the landscaping. So that decreased the budget by 5.3 million. So instead of 145 million, it decreased it to 139 million. And in their packet, I gave you a detail by each general ledger code. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, and I'll open up to questions for you or Brian, but I'll just say this is a good budget, and the council has worked very thoroughly on every line item, of which you see the summaries here, but it's also indicative of a growing city, and growing cities have needs to move forward with capital projects, some of which will get done this year. There may be a few that roll into next year, as has been done in the past. But I'll also say that this budget also includes a fair amount of enterprise funds that run as utilities. So this is not a bloated, heavy budget. This is, if you look at the general fund budget, it's very tight with the expenses. And we had a long conversation about how the majority of property tax and sales tax revenue go toward public safety. So this is a really clean, really solid budget. I think staff's really taken the council from this body. So I think this is, like I say, this is a good finishing point. Any comments, any clarifications, any final adjustments before we make it official?
I don't want to make any adjustments, Mayor. I just want to say that the municipal budget takes the majority of our time, and it should.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it as I've met with staff. Not only were they very clear, they had a reason for what they were asking for. And in every case, what they were asking for sustained our mission as a city. And for me, I feel like, and I know that this council agrees, and we could all be saying this, and that is that one of the most important things we do is taking care of the citizens' money. And I have never been so proud as I am this year, because like Mayor said, I just want to echo what he said, and that is every department head came ready to answer questions, to justify what they asked, and had done their homework prior. So, I feel really good about the process. This is a hard sell if you don't buy in and really get the answers you want and And again, that's what I love about our city, is that we have great staff and great electeds that work well together so that we can get answers to all of our questions. And I just appreciate everyone's effort on the municipal budget for this year.
Thank you, Councilman. Further comments?
Mayor, just wanted to say I agree. This is a great, clean budget, and just want to appreciate Brian and Jeremy for their hard work on this, and the department heads, and appreciate your good stewardship of the taxpayer money. So, and there's some much needed capital projects in this budget, and it'll be good to get some of those done.
And to follow up on that, I just want, whatever public's left listening, is that there is 30 million coming from last year's budget. So it's not like it's 100 rolling forward, right? So we always have these projects that roll over, and we just have a lot rolling over right now. We're a little behind on our projects. They're expensive projects. We're trying to get caught up, but that's why I think this year's fiscal budget's as large as it is as well. But
really good point.
So that's all I have. But thank you, Brian and Jeremy, and all the staff that has helped on it. I know it goes from department heads to even below department heads to gather the information to figure out what the needs are for our residents. So thank you.
Yeah, well said. Thank you, Councilman. Any further comment on the budget? I'll just make a comment too, that we often honestly, we don't even ask. They just seem to try to always do more with less. And that there comes times when they have some needs. But I look at in this audience and I see some of our department heads who have big responsibility and significant budgets, and they just do a great job. So we all really appreciate each of our department heads and each of our staff members, and some staff members come to these meetings even when they don't have to. So Jeremy, you've been working this budget. Any comments before we get a motion to approve this?
I want to make the same comment you've made. There's been hundreds of hours put into this budget from all levels. It is department heads, it's Brian and I, but it's each staff member as they work in their area, and they all care a lot. One thing I'd mention, this looks like the end when we pass the budget. You look at it as the beginning, because there's a lot of work in that budget, and there are a lot of projects and a lot of work that has to get completed for our residents. I'll tell you one story just to embarrass Brian. We start on this and we work on it, and it's individual numbers, but I asked him at the end, are you happy with it? Because it's one of those, it's kind of like these other projects that we work on. You start, you end, and you're so glad to get it done. And he said, I'm happy with it, but he already has ideas for improving the process next year and making it better. And that's what I love about our staff is, we're at the end of a long, difficult process, but they can see things that we can even improve on next year. So just really thankful for the staff that have worked on this. Lots and lots of hours. That's awesome.
So Mayor, should we give them the week off before they start the next budget?
No, they got to start in the morning before this budget even starts, which is July 1.
We'll give them Monday off. How about that?
He still has to finish up last year.
I second that.
Council, let's have a motion to approve a resolution adopting this budget, and if you can just give us that amount in your motion.
Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the resolution adopting the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget in the amount of $139,804,252.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates to approve the budget.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates? The budget is approved.
Thank you.
Great work. Well done, everyone.
Mayor, on 8A, with the prior motion on the Elevate zoning decision, you might just postpone that until the meeting that it comes back.
Yeah, let's
8A on your agenda.
Just table it, right?
Just table it. That's what I'm thinking.
Until your next meeting, yeah.
So Mayor, I'll make that
let me
motion.
get to 8A is consideration to approve a development agreement between Elevate, Sienna Hills, and Washington City per City Attorney Thad Segmiller. Let's have a motion to table this until what's our next meeting? June 14th? Does that sound right? June 14th. Councilman Coates, would you like to make that motion?
So moved, Mayor.
We have a second.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Coates, second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
That is tabled until our next regular meeting. Item 8B, this is consideration to approve a reimbursement agreement between Washington City and the City of St. George for the Washington Fields Road South Extension Project. Blake, do you want to speak to that? I understand the bid opening is coming up shortly on this item.
Yes, we've been working on this for a while, the bid opening. We did have to move it back to, I think it's June 5th. But we had some addendums and things to take care of. But we've been working on this for a while to extend. This is the road that extends out towards the airport. There's a section of it of about a mile long that there's St. George is on St. George city limits on one side and Washington on the other. And so we're splitting that down the middle. And this was an agreement where Washington City would be the primary or principal doing the project. And then St. George will reimburse for their portion of the 16 and a quarter feet of asphalt on their side. And so they've agreed to reimburse for that, and then we will basically build the road, and then they will.
I really appreciate what you've done there, and I think it's indicative of our good working relationship with our neighbors. When Tara showed that to me, Mayor Randall's already signed that agreement. So you're doing a great job. Appreciate what you're doing, and that extension is going to be really beneficial for some of the exciting projects we have down there. Council, questions for Public Works Director?
It was just nice seeing him at the food court truck ribbon cutting the other night. He and his wife.
Good.
Thank you, Blake.
I might just echo, we don't give St. George a lot of credit often here, but it didn't look like this was going to be the final outcome. At one point, we were going to build it on our side, and we didn't have that kind of relationship where I thought we'd have this done before the bid opening. But I think it's a real credit to Blake and his team and St. George. We worked really well together to have this done. So makes things a lot easier if we can do that. I appreciate it.
Well said, Jeremy. All right, who's going to make a motion to approve this agreement?
Mayor, I'll make that motion. Let's see, I move to approve a reimbursement agreement between Washington City and St. George City for the Washington Field Road South Extension Project.
Have a motion by Councilman Henderson.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
That was approved unanimously. Blake, thanks for being here. I know it's been a long night and we're almost over, but I appreciate that you were on hand for anything that may have come up, and don't feel like you need to stay for the rest of the meeting. If I had to do over again, I would have moved you to the very front because I know how much work you do every day. So.
Good. This is good. It gives me a feel for everything that's going on. So
good point. Great. Let's see here. Hey, Jordan, can you get with our golf pro, Kevin, and get Blake's size? Get him a couple of Green Spring Golf Course polos.
Just have to tease him because he's got his Park City shirt on. We're like,
I don't know. I mean,
second nature.
I haven't seen you golf, Chief. I don't know if we can get you a shirt.
I've seen him golf. I've seen him break stuff too. So
yeah, no, you got to earn it, Chief.
He spent his money already.
His budget went to a broken window on the Green Spring Golf Course, so he's out.
Okay, I'm scrolling through to get to. I have to take this one. Okay, here we go. Item 9A is appointments. This is consideration to confirm the appointment of members to the Board of Adjustment. So we've had a Board of Adjustment. This is an appointment with the mayor with advice and consent of the council. The Board of Adjustments rarely, almost never meets. We have a board, but in consultation with Tara, we wanted to just kind of clean it up and give it a rotation, a process of terms. So as you see the names on the list there in that columns. We have Richard Lagner. We would appoint them all today, and then the expiration for Richard would be 12/31/28. Brad Chandler, expiration 12/31/25. Richard would be the chair. Sam Barber through 12/31/24. Laurie Shepard is new to the board. 12/31/27 would be her expiration. Jake Hawes through 12/31/26, and then Pete Bullock would be the Plan Commission representative. Tara, Laurie, was she just the only new one? And the other, we were just cleaning up their appointment dates so that in the future, what we would intend to do as those come up, we would either reappoint them at the first meeting of the year or replace them as needed. But we thought it would be really clean to have a good schedule so that we just handle it with our first of year business. Any thoughts, questions, comments on that? Anybody want to make a motion to approve the appointment of members to the Board of Adjustments?
So moved. Can I just say that or no?
Thank you. I got a motion by Councilman Casperson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we've got board members with a new member, existing members with all terms. Item 10 is report of officers from assigned committees with Councilman Martinson leaving early. Who do I harass on the end there? I guess it's you, Councilman Henderson.
Well, I'll just say, I always like to give a shout out to the Planning Commission. They always do a really good job. I have the privilege of going there to the Planning Commission meetings most of the times they meet. I've been out of town a couple times, but they always do a professional job and I appreciate them. And I just had a mosquito abatement committee meeting a week or two ago, and those are always pretty exciting. So I don't have anything to report from that, but I was there and I enjoy the company of all the there's a representative from all the different city councils there, and I really like that meeting. So
it's a good crowd, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coates.
Yeah, Mayor, all my meetings are coming up, so nothing new to report tonight, but I did want clarification from Jeremy. Were we able to move that financial meeting?
Yeah, I sent you a new invite, so look and see if that works. I moved it to the Thursday for that same week.
Okay, thank you. I had conflicting, so I appreciate you moving that.
Problem.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ivey.
I just want to do a shout out for the St. George Area Chamber that worked in conjunction with the Washington Area Chamber of Commerce on the food truck court ribbon cutting. It was a wonderful event with confetti cannons this time, and it was a great event. A lot of people attended. Really appreciate hard work on that. Jordan was there late getting everything tied up in that, and we appreciate his efforts on that as well. And then probably the main thing I'd want to tell council about is that the legislative session is underway now with its interim committees. And on May 17th was the first one. I was able to attend that. And the reason it was important to be this one is because the committee reviewed proposed interim study items for the 23 business and labor interim committees. So a lot of those things that we're going to be talking about, it's good to know what's coming. And so we've got another interim committee meeting here in about a week and a half. Then they take July off, and then there'll be one in August, but the one in September is going to be held in St. George. So hopefully we can get more involved in that. And then there's one in October, November, and December. So to get ready for the next 2024 legislative session. But, nothing to report as far as what we're talking about right now, other than that we just want to get a little clearer picture going into the end of the year, what we're going to be talking about. So.
Well said. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Caspers.
So we met as a group of the Washington City Historic Preservation Commission. I just want to say I really appreciate that group and all that they do for our community. And I think it'd be really beneficial as we move forward with the improvements that we make at the school gym, to get their input, on the historical nature of the building and and how that, as we proceed forward, to have their input, have their historical, what would be I don't know, the best term.
Perspective.
Yeah, yes, perspective. Thank you. And so that's mainly what I want to report on that meeting today.
Thank you. Appreciate your service there, and just thank you all for your assignments. I know it's a lot of work, a little bit each day, and sometimes a lot, and sometimes a long evening. I'll give you a couple updates with the Dixie MPO. Five County Association of Government did a presentation on the possibility of rail expansion into primarily the western part of the county, but there has been conversation of bringing rail service that would come down from Salt Lake, through Vegas and on to California. And so that's a real high level conversation. I don't know a thing about rail service, so I just listened, but that's a high level conversation. And some individuals up at the Capitol have submitted some proposals to the Department of Transportation. So that's a conversation that I'll just kind of keep you posted on. And I'm totally happy to have if the rail service comes, to have it on the west side of the county. So, and then we have a Mayor's Association meeting, the next one coming up. We have some coordination amongst the agencies, police agencies and departments for a drug task force unit. Mayor Randall and some of her staff are looking for some input and exploring the idea of having a bit of a gang unit. We're not sure exactly what their ask would be with us, but Chief Williams and myself will go to that meeting, and we'll have those conversations and see if and how we might be involved. And I haven't seen any indication that there's gang activity in our area, but certainly it's better to be out in front of those issues than behind them. And so we'll have a seat at the table and be listening and participate as chief and the rest of us feel necessary. And that's everything that I have. Item 11, city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few items. I went with Barry and toured the new dog park expansion. That's looking phenomenal. Should be done in the next month to 6 weeks. I think it'll be one of the premier dog parks in the state. I've never seen anything like it. It's actually my first time at the dog park, which is a little embarrassing, but it's incredible. And there were a lot of people there using the dog park that just absolutely love it. I asked one lady how often she goes. She looked at me like I was crazy. Every single day. Every single day. Couldn't believe it. The new parks building is looking amazing. So expect ribbon cuttings on both of those in the next couple of months. And then Councilman Ivy and I had some really good information, really good news today on moving forward with the Wheels Park. We've been at a little bit of a standstill, waiting some approvals, but it looks like that's going to go. So get ready for a groundbreaking. I'll leave you with that cliffhanger and let him tell you more about it. But really good things happening in the city. So that's my report, Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks for everything you're doing, Jeremy. So we do not need to go to a closed session tonight.
Oh, come on. Find something.
As much as Councilman Coates would like to go. So we'll move on to item 13, which is adjournment. We'll need a motion to do that.
So moved.
Motion by Coates.
Second, Mayor.
Second by Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Stand adjourned.